Good afternoon, race fans, and welcome to the National Rock Racing Association Finals already. We are here at Wildcat in Kentucky. This weekend is presented by Yukon Gear and Axle. So as always, a big thank you and shout out to them, to all of our sponsors for helping us do what we do here with the NRRA. This is day one of 3, so we've got a lot of racing to come over the next 3 days. Hope you guys are able to join us here on Hillside Live for most or all of that racing action. As always, I'm Bree Molitor. I've got Matt Holt here with me, holding down the fort, and we are excited for all this racing action we're going to be watching coming up.
Yeah, we got a ton of action. Obviously, the course behind we raced here earlier at Wildcat Off-Road Park earlier this year. A little bit cooler weather. I think we got a nice warm breeze going right now, so it should be a great weekend of racing. Kind of some cool temps at night. Hopefully they'll keep the dust down. I know some of those times with a little drier terrain, we'll see a little more dust.
We do have the water truck, so
hopefully,
that's always a good thing.
Fingers crossed we have a nice dry course, but not too dry. I think we're going to see a lot of quick time stay with the UTVs. We have pretty much all of our UTV classes going to race today. I know there were some course changes with the amateur class. They were kind of letting the amateurs kind of vote on what they wanted to do, since that's more of a teen class. So they were kind of like talking to Clyde about, hey, we want to have fun today, but not be too dangerous, you know. So that's a good time, and I think we're going to see some really quick times. A lot of drivers down here pre-running this morning. I mean, we had drivers down here at 10 o'clock this morning pre-running, so I think we're going to see some pretty quick times out of today. Yeah,
so today we're going to be running our UTV Stock, Teen, and Cup classes. And speaking of, we're going to be starting off today with our Super Grip UTV Stock class. They're going to be kicking off the weekend for us. Let's go ahead and take a look at our point standings coming into this weekend. You can see on your screen there, I've got our top 5 I'm going to go over with you guys. This is for everything up to this point in the season. Coming into this weekend, Cody Cayson is in the lead with that 806 points. He's got a 26-point lead over Robert Traynor with 780. Then we've got Coy Chappell in third with 735. Brandon Davis in fourth with 719. And then Cohen Ellison rounding out top 5 for the stock class coming into this weekend.
Yeah, again, very tight times. We were talking about that, about how not just the UTV classes, but UTV Bouncer Cup. We have a handful of things that are, all those points are so close with that top 3, top 5. With 200 points available, this is literally anybody's weekend right now.
And, we've got, looking at the spread of points here, like I said, Cody's 26 points in the lead of Robert. Robert's got 45 points over Coy. Coy's only got 16 over Brandon, though. Wow. So, there's some variation in there. And with a lot of our classes, I think we're going to see that. But in case you forgot or maybe have missed it, because this is finals weekend, we race 4 courses for all of our cup classes for sure. And the plan is to do 4 for all of our other classes as well. But before we get into any more of that, let's hear from our championship contenders and get their thoughts heading into this weekend.
Put in my head that I was just going to be steady all year and come out there and try to do my best every race. And I did really good all season, pushing, and then coming into Halt Pride 2 races ago, I think, blew a tranny, didn't have one in the trailer, and it was just downhill from there. Now we're back like we should be with less of a point gap, coming in the finals in first, hopefully to stay with it throughout to the last 4 hills now.
It would mean a lot to me to win this championship because I have my son watching me, and he's doing very well, and I just want him to know that it's possible. Honestly, this is why I do it. I come to watch my son, and I'm already here, so I might as well race. I love racing, but if it came down to it, it'd be him racing and me watching him.
All right, we're back there, and that race line's starting to get, as you can see there on the screen. We appreciate everybody with the production team. We're got tons of stuff going on right now behind the scene. Cameraman and camera ladies. We have drone people. We have production team. Again, we have everybody behind the scenes working overtime for this 4 courses over 3 days of racing action. Plus our course officials. We got our fire and rescue crews standing by. We have everybody put in place. I know they were putting some last-minute flags up. Guys, we're getting a little creative, I think, during some of the qualifying and pre-running. So
they were trying to find the fastest line. That's for sure. So
yes, and sometimes that fastest line might not be me. might be in a gray area. So I know they're putting some last-minute flags up there. So
yeah, it is all hands on deck, like you were saying, Matt. We got everybody out here. And speaking of this being our 3 days of racing instead of our usual 2, I'm going to real quick just go over our schedule for each day in case you're wanting to know when the class that you'd like to see most is going to be running. Today is going to be UTV Stock, Teen, and Cup. And then tomorrow we will run those 3 classes again. Then we'll also have UTV Bounty, Limited Bouncer, and our regular Bouncer class. Those will all be on Friday. And then Saturday we'll wrap up our UTV Stock, Teen, and Cup, UTV Bounty, Bouncer, and Limited Bouncer and Bouncer. And then we'll also add our youth class as well on Saturday. Yeah. So you'll be able to watch the Bouncers racing starting tomorrow. Lots of UTV action today, and then we'll be putting the youth class in there on Saturday as well. So it's a nice mixture, good lineup. You guys can go to nationalrockracing.com if you want to be able to see that schedule of events laid out, and you can also take a look at the details for the next event, the last event of the season. Of course, this is our last season race, but we have one more standalone event called the Battle of the Bouncers coming up October 24th and 25th. That'll be at America's Outdoor Adventure Park in Jay, Oklahoma. And that's going to be a little different. That's going to be a bracket-style head-to-head racing for bouncers and UTVs, which is totally different than what we do here with the series, with our season racing. So you guys can head to nationalrockracing.com, again, to find out more of those details for that kind of the last hurrah of the year.
No, again, that there's tons of racing action. I love that you went through the course there, went to the lineup for the schedule and stuff. There's tons of racing going on. I'm also super pumped for the Battle of the Bouncers because it is super cool. I got to go do the Midwestern Rock Bouncers shootout up in Wisconsin with Nick Reich and a bunch of his guys up there. Put that on, Jeremiah. They do a great job with that. And I do love the head-to-head racing. And here's one of the reasons it's kind of fun. If you have a bad race and you don't do as good as you hoped, but as long as the guy next to you does worse, you still get to advance. So I love the fact that it's you can have a mistake, you can have a bobble, and usually the courses are a little bit longer. So you can have a little bit of bobble, but yet you're still racing someone. And to advance, even if you lose your first round, you go to losers bracket, you can still work back to that championship round. You do a lot of racing. It's so much fun. I went up there, like I said, did a bunch of stuff with them. They had a non-rear steer class, which I got to race in. I ended up winning it, which was a lot of fun. And it's so much fun. Everybody kind of hangs out in the pits the night before. There's eating and shenanigans going on.
We're always down for eating and shenanigans.
And there's going to be a UTV class as well as a big bouncer, so it's not just, it says it's called Battle of the Bouncers, but it's not just big cards. It's also small cars.
The full size and the mini size
so
bouncers.
We're excited for that. And I'm excited to see the format. Like I said, very exciting. And to see the head-to-head racing, it is kind of fun. And guys do get a little more ornery, get a little more Western, when they start racing.
The motivation is just a little different when they're right there, either behind you or right next to you. It's a different kind of mentality. And like you said, you only have to do better than the guy you're racing with. It's like you don't have to be faster than the bear. You just have to be faster than whoever the slowest person is that's with you.
It is true. And again, when you're like, a lot of times you start off racing side by side and you loop around a tree. Again, the Midwest Rock Bouncer shootout, they do it. One guy starts at like the beginning, let's say, and one guy starts in the middle. So you're always racing half a track in theory, half a track behind or in front of that person.
Which I think is how we'll be doing it.
And Clyde put out a picture, and it looks like it's going to be a lot of fun. And somebody said in the drivers group, they said, "What happens if you catch the person in front of you?" Somebody else commented, "That means they lose. That means you win.
Pretty much,
you win." Yeah. So it's a lot of fun. And I like you said, there, when you have that guy out of you're racing hard, you're pushing. We have that kind of fighter pilot mentality. We're only seeing what's in front of us. But when you see a guy in a bouncer whizzing around your corner peripheral vision, you tend to push a little harder.
Yeah.
So
might have a new side. Competitive side come out.
Yes, it's. I've seen your dad get a little spicy before racing. Some head-to-head action.
That has definitely happened.
Yeah, Chad does a great job going out there and going full tilt.
Yep. He likes that Mad Max style of racing. But if you missed us at the beginning of that spiel, that is Battle of the Bouncers that we're talking about. That's coming up at America's Outdoor Adventure Park in Jay, Oklahoma, October 24th and 25th. So, of course, this weekend is finals. This is our last season race. Battle of the Bouncers is a standalone event and kind of will wrap up the year of our racing events. So you can go to nationalrockracing.com and find out the details on there. And you can also look for that schedule for this weekend, because this is day 1 of 3 for racing.
Looks like they're down there getting the timer check, making sure our timing system's all working properly.
There's a great view of our race area here at Wildcat. One of the awesome things about this park is how spectator-friendly it is. So it's kind of like a bowl that we're in down here. I mean, we're in Kentucky. I guess we got to call it a holler, right? And we've got all this racing on the hillside over here, and it's enough area that we're able to make multiple courses for 7 different classes. And then we've got all of our spectating on the opposite side of it. So spectators have a safe place to sit, but also there's not a bad seat in the house. You can see all the action out here. So that is one of the great things about the park here at Wildcat. And speaking of the park, we appreciate the staff and everyone here for getting everything ready for us and hosting us yet again this weekend. We're looking forward to some great racing.
They do a great job. They had the bulldozer and the excavator out there doing some work with it, so getting everybody situated, getting them all, making sure all the course was ready to go.
Here is one of our course maps that you guys can get an idea. This is what the drivers get sent a couple days before the races when Clyde gets out here and gets all the courses lined out. So you'll see this is UTV stock course number 1. It's what we're going to be running right now. And the drivers get these course maps that they get to study, and then of course they also get to come out here and walk the course and even pre-run if they choose. So lots of opportunities to get it in their heads here, but it is a lot to keep up with when you're racing up to 4 courses in a weekend.
And again, there's guys that are racing multiple classes.
We were
teasing Dan Carter this morning. He said this is a lot to remember, especially he's not racing this weekend, but there's times he's raced 3 different classes with 3 different vehicles before. That's a lot to remember when you have such a long course.
It is a lot.
Dan said, I'm getting older. I don't remember this stuff like I used to. But he'll be racing his full body this weekend, so he's pretty excited about that.
Yeah, I'm glad to have Dan back out here with us. I know he had a little bit of a hiatus this summer.
Yeah, he decided at the beginning of the season, him and Brian Dignan from Rock Life Off-Road kind of decided, they said, this is our area, this is our radius we're going to pick, kind of like the King family. They said, anything we can make in this, so many hour radius we're going to do. So there's a few farther away races they didn't do just for, time constraints.
Yeah.
So.
We're always glad to have him out here. We've got Coy Chappell on the line. Coy is going to start off our whole weekend of finals out here at Wildcat. Coy is coming into the weekend 3rd in points with 735. Speaking of learning the course and having it all mapped out in your head, it's never easy being the first one out there.
No.
So hopefully Coy did some pre-running or did some walking on the course. Got his lines picked out.
He was pulling this morning right behind me. Got everything backed in. Got over here about 10:30, 11 o'clock this morning. They were out there checking it out. Coy's iconic gold and teal up there looking sharp.
Yeah, he's been racing this Can-Am X3 this season. It's built by Max Off-Road, and obviously being 3rd in points coming into finals weekend, he's been doing pretty well with it and looking pretty comfortable in there.
Going around there, again, trying to climb up some of these ledges, and as always, TV does not really do some of these ledges justice. Again, you'll see some of the bouncers launching up the uphill section behind us tomorrow. That's a 77.154 for Mr. Coy Chappell.
There's our first time of the day, of the weekend. And yes, like Matt said, everything on camera, it doesn't do it justice. So here in person, it's just bigger.
Yeah.
It's more. It's steeper. The ledges are taller. The ruts are deeper. Whatever it is, it's more in
bigger.
person
Yes.
than it looks on your screen. So keep that in mind. Justin Hoback taking off the line now.
Justin has raced a ton of different classes with us over the years. Raced anything from UTVs to bouncers.
That's right. We'll see him in the limited bouncer class tomorrow and Saturday.
Justin also runs our kids' youth program, so he does a great job with that. And shout out to him for helping take care of our kids' youth section. They love it. They enjoy it. He also has 2 of his kids who also race in there.
That's right.
Clara and Collier.
The Hobacks come out of Lebanon, Tennessee to race with us. Oh, he's
getting hung up a little bit there. So again, talking about those
ledges
these ledges are massive, and again, being able to climb them in a side by side is just incredible.
Stock side by side.
Yeah, and especially in the stock class, they just you can only do so much with a stock vehicle, and these guys definitely push it to the max.
Speaking of Justin, going to be racing in the limited class this weekend as well. He is leading in points in the limited bouncer class. And this was his first season racing a bouncer. Coming up to that Raceline Rock section. We've seen these giant boulders definitely give some trouble in the past. So far, so good for our UTV stock guys, but we'll see how that shakes out for the rest of the weekend. That's a 94.778 for Justin Hoback.
Heck yeah. Got Bert Sevy sitting in that race line starting gate. Bert became quite famous at the beginning of the year at our season opener. He caught a little stump. He got stumped during his run.
He sure did.
And kind of broke the internet for a day or two.
It kind of broke his buggy for a day or two.
Yeah, it definitely
month
broke.
or two.
But you know what? We saw him the second race, and I went over and talked to him a little bit, and just talked to me, and he said, you know what? He said we go out and wheel a lot. He goes, I broke before, so he said I was just. He said that happens during racing. He had such an incredibly positive attitude. It was very refreshing to see a guy go, yeah, hey, part of racing, it's, sometimes you win, sometimes you're the guy getting drug off the course, so. Again, done just an awesome job, and he does take out his rigs and beat on them, too. Sometimes we'll go out and do some wheeling, so.
Yeah, I was glad to see that didn't scare him away, and he came back out and finished up the season with us. His daughter, Aubrey, racing with us as well in the youth class, so glad to have the Sevies joining us in all the fun out here.
Yeah, and he does an awesome job. Gets out there very aggressive and has a good time with it. Whoa!
Speaking of aggressive.
Yeah, speaking of getting aggressive, again, you can tell how some of those ledges are kicking the front end up. We saw Justin Holback have that same issue, kind of bumping that front end over there. Some of these ledges are so massive. These guys are running up to a 35-inch tire. So it's just the sheer tire size compared to how big these ledges are is just incredible.
Yeah, and for those of you watching at home, maybe comfy on the couch, got the AC blowing. I don't know if you can tell, but it hasn't rained here in quite a while. So the dust is going to be a factor this weekend. We do have a water truck, thankfully. It's going to be able to help, but the water truck can only get so far. Obviously, we can't send it up the race course. So I do think that's going to be a bit of a factor as far as visibility, also traction. And then, of course, we got the toughest spectators of any sport out here, luckily, willing to brave the dust and the sun.
That's a 101.104 for Mr. Bert Savvy.
All right, Cohen Ellison in that race line starting gate now, and Cohen is sitting 5th in points coming into this weekend with 673.
That whole Ellison family doing tons of racing with this weekend. I was watching a whole pack of them come over this morning.
Yeah, we've got one in stock class, teen class, and youth class. All the Ellison siblings. So it's definitely been a lot of fun watching them in their respective classes racing this season, and they've all been doing an awesome job. Obviously, Cohen being 5th coming into the weekend.
Yeah.
He's been having a great season.
All right, clock is hot. Here we go.
He even shares this razor with his sister Sadie. Oh, way to stay with it and save that, Cohen. Oh. Woo! So this buggy's doing double duty as well. With 4 courses this weekend. That's
a lot to manage.
That's a lot of passes with one razor.
Yeah. Again, we were talking about that just came up in the driver's meeting again. So we sounds like the right rear is broke.
Oh, yep, I can see it.
Not sure if he cracked a rim or just sliced a tire or what, but
No, he's leaning over. You can't quite see it from this view.
we were talking in the drivers' meeting, talking about how many runs this vehicle has to make. If you race at finals, we have a couple guys who are asking questions. If you start racing in a vehicle at finals, you have to keep racing with that same vehicle all weekend. So if you blow a motor, break a transmission, you can't just grab a buddy's rig and start racing it. You have to start and finish with the exact same vehicle. So,
which I'm thinking Cohen and his sister Sadie might be a little chagrined about right now, looking at that right rear tire.
You definitely see some guys bring spare parts. I know the Caysons definitely brought tons of spare parts, and
gotta be prepared.
Piece something back together.
Either that or know a buddy that's got lots of spare parts that he'll share with you. Looks like it's not really slowing. I mean, it's not stopping him. Cohen's going to be able to get across the finish line.
Yeah. Got a little lean. Again, hopefully they can got some spare parts or somebody can, beat it back into submission.
That's a 102.049 for Cohen Ellison. And, one thing I noticed when driving down here this morning, Matt, is the ruts down here are way deeper than I remember them being earlier this year or definitely last year. So I think that might be kind of what happened at Cohen, too. He came around that corner, sunk that tire into the rut, and that's why he kind of wheelied a little bit. But, we'll see. We'll see if those ruts continue to grab anybody else on the hill.
I know Russ at Rush Springs Off-Road Park. Russ was saying how they had a lot of rain and they were having to take the backhoe and kind of work the ruts in to fill them and kind of smooth the course out. And he said we had to do it like every other weekend. I felt like we were out there working the course. So got Dylan Dowler coming out of that race line starting gate. Again, Dylan's iconic orange representing that Double D Racing. Again, you'll see this in this class as well as the Cup class. It is like the brightest orange ever. I always see Madison King's pink side-by-side she had for a while was the only thing I think was brighter than this orange. You definitely won't lose it in the woods, that's for sure.
Dylan comes out of Chapel Hill, Tennessee to race with us. Like Matt said, you'll see him racing in the Cup class as well. And he is third in points in the Cup class coming into this weekend.
He also
see how that shakes out for him.
I'll say he also won first place in both prospective classes earlier this year.
Yeah, he's coming off a fourth place finish at our last race at Rush Springs Ranch for the stock class right now. So, all in all, not too shabby for Dylan.
You can see that front end kind of just drop after they drive off that ledge, showing how steep it really is. Kind of always reminds me when you start talking about, objects are bigger than they appear. Kind of reminds me of Jurassic Park. When the dinosaur or the T-Rex is chasing him, and the bottom of the mirror, it's like, they might be closer than they appear. He's like, it's right there.
75.188. That is your new fastest time here on Course 1. If you guys are just joining us, welcome to Hillside Live. We are about a third of the way through Course 1 for the Super Grip UTV stock class. This is finals weekend at Wildcat Off-Road Park. We're in East Bernstadt, Kentucky. And this is day 1 of 3 to fit all of our runs in for everybody for finals weekend. So, of course, we do run twice as many courses. Everybody has 4 instead of 2, so there's a lot of points on the line, a lot of passes to be made. So thanks for joining us here on Hillside Live, both to our online audience joining us on our Rock Racing TV YouTube channel and to our television audience joining us on Power Sports World.
All right, we're going to take a quick look at our top 5 here. Appreciate all the graphics department doing that back there. Coming in first place was Dylan Dowler. Coming in second place, Coy Chappell. Third place is Justin Holback. Fourth place is Bert Savvy. And fifth place is Cohen Ellison. That's our top 5. We're about a third of the way through our UTV stock class. Again, we have a lot of drivers to go yet who are definitely going to try to crack into that top 5.
Oh, yeah.
Speaking of guys who want to crack in that top 5, we got Dan Carter sitting on that star on the raceline starting gate. I know he's out there representing that Rock Life off-road crew. Him and Brian Dennigan do a lot of stuff together. They got a podcast you can go listen to. They usually do kind of a recap after races, talk about some of the cool stuff, the good, the bad, and the ugly, some of the cool things that happen, but also some of the tough crashes and rough breaks. Sometimes they can kind of help fill you in on some of the cool stories behind the scenes. Like, again, Dan's been racing with us for quite a while. He does an awesome job. He literally has raced 3 different side-by-sides in 3 different classes all in the same weekend.
Well, speaking of racing with us for quite a while, this RZR that he's racing right now, he says that fun fact about it, it has competed in more NRRA events than any other full-body racer. So yeah. Dan has definitely put it through the ringer.
I was asking him today, I said, how did you get teamed up with Brian in the Rock Life? He goes, well, we were at a race, and he had some stuff, and they had a set of doors. They were taking off their old doors, like tube chassis doors, and they had them sitting next to the side-by-side, and they were putting some new ones on, and it said Rock Life Off-Road on the side, and I was like, hey, man. That was back when Dan's doors kept always flopping open.
I remember those days.
And he was like, I need a set of doors, man. Hey, what do you do with those doors? He's like, I don't know. You want to buy them? He's like, yeah. He's like, all right. He goes, I guess I can pull the stickers off. Dan's like, you can leave them on there if you want. He's like, sure. He's like, I'll tell you what. You leave a sticker on there, I'll just give them to you. And Dan was like, okay. Boom.
And that was the beginning of a beautiful friendship.
It really is. Their beautiful friendship was born. So, again, we appreciate those guys. And Brian Dunnigan, sponsors the stock class, so we appreciate him. And I know he helps a lot of UTV guys out with parts and stuff. He brings his trailer here and helps sell some merch as well as some parts to guys out here. Not just racing, but also wreck wheeling. So, Wildcat is open this weekend, so if you guys want to come out and do some wheeling, you can come out and hang out and have some fun at the off-road park.
Yeah, watch some racing, then hit the trails afterwards.
They got a beautiful outlook. I've taken some buddies up to my dad. I took him out there earlier this year. Got to see the outlook where that big river winds around. Very cool. Yeah, Dan and me were talking a little bit earlier, and he said the goal this weekend is to just keep it together. Again, some of the drivers were talking about that too. They're, having 4 courses, you have to keep this one vehicle together all weekend. So, trying to keep it together is super important.
He's got 1 under his belt now.
That's a 136.241 from Mr. Dan Carter. Again, there's one down, 3 to go. There's Cody Cayson sitting in that race line starting gate. And again, we caught up with Cody earlier this weekend, so we got a chance to talk to him and see how his game plan is.
Let's check it out.
I want to try to win every single hill I can. Try to stay ahead and just try to go out there, hit my marks, and just try to win every hill.
All right, there it is. Let's see how well Cody can stick to his game plan for this weekend. Again, he is coming in first in points right now with a 26-point lead over second place. He's coming off of that win at Rush Springs Ranch just a few weeks ago. See if he can carry that momentum and get on top of the box again for this weekend and for the season.
Again, we saw Cody having an extremely heartbreaking race at Hawk Pride again.
That was tough.
Broke his transmission, called somebody, they hauled it away. He was swapping transmission, got it swapped literally like just a few minutes after his time ran out.
Yep. It was so close. That was hard. That was a tough break for him for sure. But
it was rough.
The fact that he's still in the lead with a 26-point lead, that just goes to show you the kind of racing he's been doing all year long.
Yeah, it was. To watch a guy work that stinking hard, get a transmission swapped out, put it back together, and not make the time. It broke my heart. Again, watch a guy struggle that much, but just an awesome guy. Hang out on the course anytime he's not racing. He's on the course helping do recovery or check on drivers, getting side by sides or bouncers flip back over. Just an awesome guy and just a hero to the sport. Again, right there, that must be a pretty big ledge on that right side. You can kind of see it bucking the front end over to the right a little bit. The first one I saw really kind of get hung up there was Justin Hoback, so I think it might be tossing the front end just a little bit. Again, you can see kind of that dust Bree talked a little bit about earlier, kind of getting kicked up, but we will get the water truck out and kind of hopefully knock it down as much as possible. Obviously, it's a little hard to get it on the race course, but
we can't make it too easy for these guys. All right, the time to beat right now is a 75.1 from Dylan Dowler. And I can't tell if Is he in three-wheel drive? Something doesn't seem quite right for what we're used to seeing from Cody.
He came out of the starting gate just absolutely flying.
But there he is through the finish line. 106.845.
But, yeah, it did look like he slowed up considerable. All right, we got Dawn Curtis sitting on that race line starting gate. Our inaugural season champ of the VIN class. Again, Don Curtis coming out of that VIN class, that big foot vehicle he drove. We saw him get pretty spicy with that a few times. One time heading through this finish line and clipped a tree. But, and again, he was always racing against like side by side. So it was always awesome seeing this big body truck, this big 454, big loud engine, big body truck versus like, some Cherokees. He was out there just absolutely putting it down. So we appreciate him and all he did for the sport.
Yeah, the Curtis family comes all the way out of Osage City, Kansas to race with us. So they've got a little bit of a haul to most of our events. This is his second year racing this Razor Pro XP.
There you go.
Nice.
A nice smooth run there. Again, I was teasing him earlier this year in front of his mom. I was like, so when are we going to take that truck and just convert it into a bouncer? I mean, that'd be perfect, right? His mom was like, oh, you hush.
You can't bring it up in front of Mama.
Yeah, he was like, well, I got to do a few things. Like, come on.
You got to ask forgiveness, not permission for that kind of thing.
For real. He just bought a new truck, so I was like, you got a nice new truck to pull it with, Get great mileage. Again, you can see a lot of these guys, some of the bigger ledges, they'll kind of choke up a little bit on there, just trying to ease into it, kind of keep the car together. That's an 89.126 for Don Curtis.
All right, our fastest time is still 75.1 from Dylan Dowler. And then we've got Coy Chappell not too far behind him with that 77. We are a little over halfway through Course 1 for the Super Grip UTV stock class. If you guys are just joining us online, welcome to the show. This is day 1 of 3 because we are here for finals at Wildcat in East Bernstadt, Kentucky. Kicking things off with the Super Grip UTV stock class.
Yeah, we got 4 courses over 3 days of racing. So definitely plenty of time to get stuff broken and repaired, hopefully.
Definitely time to break it. Yes. I don't know about fixing it, too.
Fingers crossed, somebody you can make a friend, get some parts. I've seen lots of cannibalized vehicles. I had Bobby Tanner once take the whole rear end apart of my bouncer. Well, me and Jack Porter took it apart and gave it to Bobby. Bobby put it back in.
Kaden Phillips heading out on the course now.
So it's always interesting to see guys, working on stuff. Got a door open. Throwback his speaking to Dan Carter with his doors open. Yeah, just trying to ventilate the cab a little bit. No big deal.
Matt, you and I have had that happen before.
We have. Yeah.
As long as he doesn't get too close to any of the trees, I think he'll be all right.
Yeah, I think that was like the muddiest course ever. They raced it. We're like, no, go that way. More that way. We're just sliding down the hill.
Matt and I raced at Pretty Place last year. I was driving the Razor. Matt was my co-pilot. The door was open. We couldn't reach it. We were sliding all over. It was good times.
We were.
Good times.
That was like a controlled descent, kind of.
Sort of controlled.
Yes, semi-controlled. It was a lot of fun.
Oh, look, there's door closed.
It was a really good time. Yeah.
Kaden Phillips also raced with us at a handful of other events earlier this season. I believe Pretty Place as well as Hawk Pride. Glad to see him back for all the fun. 90.041 for Kaden Phillips.
Nice smooth run there.
We're hearing that Cody Cayson, we mentioned that he wasn't driving quite like we're used to seeing, not at the speed we're used to seeing. Apparently he destroyed a fuse.
Yeah.
Is that what we're hearing?
Yeah, Zach was making a joke. I think he was like, yeah, it's bad. It's real bad. It's a fuse. Just because that fuse is obviously very easy to replace usually. Yeah.
It could definitely be a lot worse.
Yeah, it could be. And again, I was like, what was the fuse to? Was it to the four-wheel drive unit or was it to a fan? Like, what? I'm not sure what the fuse was going to, but I know obviously if you lose a fan, you don't want to put too much. Don't be wide open throttle ripping it. You don't get too hot out there. So I know the fuse can mean a lot of things. Some stuff is more important than others.
I think since we saw him swap a whole transmission in between hills,
for real,
this is something that he can handle in a timely fashion. So not too concerned about this for Cody, but that does explain, why we weren't quite seeing him at the speed that we're used to on course 1.
Yeah.
Tucker Sessler on the line now. This is his first time racing with us here at the NRRA.
Yeah, I got to talk to him a little bit this morning. He was friends with Coy, pulled in and talked to Coy, and Coy helped get him all straightened out, tell him where to park and what to do. And he was so excited. He's like, I've raced a little bit here and there, but never like on a big scale like this. I said, well, good. I'm glad you came out.
Yeah, we always love seeing new names on the list, new faces at the drivers' meeting. If you've got some kind of rig, UTV, bouncer, whatever at home, maybe you've got kids that like to race. We got a youth class. You can go to nationalrockracing.com. We have 7 different classes that we're racing. You can find all the specs for like safety requirements and everything for each class on there. And maybe next season, you too could come on out and join in the fun here.
Doing a great job. Coming out and having some fun. I said, well, we do run a pretty tight ship. I said, but if anybody here, if you need help with anything, just let us know. We'll try to get you figured out or worked in, or,
we want everybody that comes out to have a good time, whether you're a seasoned pro or this is your first race with us.
Man, you can see that side by side just thrashing through those ledges. Again, you can see him just bouncing, thrashing around there. The head and neck restraint system is definitely doing its work right now. Oh, man, that front tire just took a beating there.
All right, we're hearing it seems like he might have missed a turn and gotten off course. We're going to get a confirmation on that.
Okay.
Unfortunately, yes, he did go off course. That is going to be a DNF for Tucker. The good news is he's got 3 other courses. So plenty of racing still to do.
Getting out there, just getting some seat time, honestly, during a series like this is a great time. And if you're going to mess up, I would much rather mess up on an easier course than maybe some of the courses later this weekend might be a little more difficult. Bigger ledges, stuff like that.
He didn't break anything. Like, he got that race seat time, could definitely be worse for your first time out.
Heck yeah.
And there's always round 2.
Yeah, we got Jay Stewart sitting down there in that race line starting gate. Jay had a crazy kickoff to his season as well. He came up with a front-end delete kit for this UTV.
On the spot.
Yeah, midair. So he, but luckily again.
Yeah, he at Windrock, he centered that driver's side tire on a tree. Like Matt said, a whole front end delete.
An impromptu.
It was violent, but
impromptu front end delete kit there. That was Windrock, our kickoff of the season when and again there were several guys.
Oh no, that was at Hot Springs.
It was, yeah.
That was at Hot Springs.
Now you think about it, yeah, because we were in that bottom area.
Bert was Windrock.
That's right. Randall Key also did that.
Oof, that one was rough too.
Independent front suspension, ripped a whole wheel off.
It became super independent. Independent of the buggy.
It did. It became very independent. Again, Jay also picking up his new bouncer. Fortitude. I always say that very carefully because I always want to say Ford play, but it's Fortitude is his new bouncer.
Fortitude. Again, we've only seen it out a couple of times now, so
he's getting a lot of seat time. He's been playing with it a lot home. I've been talking to him. He's feeling good, getting it dialed in. And I think Jay, again, getting it by the end of the season, gets him some seat time. I think by next season he's going to be very comfortable and have that thing just dialed in.
I think we're going to be seeing him at Battle of the Bouncers as well.
Yeah. Again, that's where you can, doing that side-by-side racing in Battle, you can race, if you have a bunch of guys show up, you can race like 10, 12, 18 times, depending how many people show up. So because you get so many courses, you can really get comfortable in a buggy quickly. Again, as Timmy Cameron would say, there's no seat time like race seat time. Having all that intensity make things...
It definitely changes things.
It
makes
does.
You drive different.
Again, see what his time's going to be.
87.549
Heck yeah.
for Jay Stewart. I believe that is a third place time right now. Dylan Dowler still hanging on to the lead with that 75.1. Nobody else has really even gotten close to him since he put that time down.
Got Scotty Harden sitting in that race line starting gate.
Looks like we have just a handful of drivers left, about 3 left for Course 1 of the Super Grip UTV stock class. We're also going to be running our teen class and cup class today, and then we'll be coming back for Course 2 for everybody. Here we go with Scotty Harden.
Okay, you can see a little bit of that woods course leading up to some of those big hills on this Mickey Thompson Mountain you'll see later this weekend. Some of the big bouncers hitting some of that stuff tomorrow. Again, you're going to see, we're going to use literally every square inch of this hill this weekend. So, uphills, downhills, everything. And again, some of those downhills Clyde likes to put in, you can see there are guys, Wade Good was one of the guys that comes to mind. Some of the downhill sections, they absolutely just push so hard and so fast. Travis Skelton is the one that I think that almost, I think he would go faster downhill than he would uphill. I mean, he would just absolutely fly downhill.
It's funny that you mentioned Travis, Matt, because I saw his name on the driver's list.
Yeah.
That's one we haven't seen on there in a while. For our limited bouncer class. I think a lot of the drivers agree, Matt, with your assessment that the downhill is where the time is going to be made, where the race will be won.
Yeah, which makes a lot of sense because naturally everybody wants to go fast uphill, but it's a little more maybe unnerving to try to go fast downhill because you're like, we need to go brakes. Everything inside of your body says let's brake, but you have to be able to start pushing the gas and going faster and faster down these big ledges and
a semi-controlled descent.
Yeah, it really is. It really is. So,
Well, there's Scotty Harden through the finish line. Let's see what he got.
That's a 110.161 for Mr. Scotty Harden.
Brandon Davis sitting on the race line, starting gate now.
Brandon out there in that little Can-Am that could.
No, it's the Can-Am that can now.
No, it's the Can-Am that can. Say that 3 times fast. Brandon's been out there crushing it this season. Also, again, we saw him. He actually sold Menace and picked up his Ultra 4 car.
Yeah.
He's racing a UFO chassis now. Done some Ultra 4 racing. Done very well. I asked him, I was talking to him now that he's had a couple races. I said, what do you like about it? What do you not like? And he said, I love it. It feels so comfortable. It soaks everything up. He said, I absolutely love the car. He said, I could just use a little more power. We kind of giggle. That's like every guy says that. Well, I just could have more power. You could use a little more power. think earlier this year when this is the first race after he put that new chassis on, and we were talking to him, and I think we interviewed him and said, "So what do you like? What do you feel about it? What's the chassis feel like?" He said, "It feels great. I can turn left now." We're like, "Wait, what?"
Yeah,
like,
the Can-Am.
Yeah, he's like,
well, that used to be the Can-Am that could because it was had lived a hard life.
It really
had lived a real hard life.
Yeah, I had like 3 years of just pure abuse.
Right.
You know, and it's not like these guys are racing easy courses. This is such a violent course to go out there and bash on your rig.
But it got a little freshening up this
Yeah.
season, so now it's the Can-Am that can.
And he said he wanted to get it done in the off season too, but since he had torn Menace apart and had the whole thing sandblasted and repowder coated, he wanted to put all new parts on it. He said, doing 2 rigs at once, he said was a little much. So he said he just did one, then halfway through the season during the summer break, did the Can-Am, and he put most of the old parts on there except for some maintenance stuff, some ball joints and stuff. But other than that, he had pretty much all the same parts on the chassis. But he said it feels like an entirely new car. He said we were getting to where we had to weld it back together after each race. So he said it was getting pretty used and abused. But
well, he's coming into the weekend 4th in points and coming off of a 3rd place finish at our last event at Rush Springs Ranch. So I think that us calling it the little Can-Am that can is pretty accurate. Ooh. 86.789. Wow. That's a 3rd place time right now.
Get her done.
And now we've got Robert Trainer on the line. Robert is 2nd in points coming into this weekend, 26 points behind our leader, Cody Cayson, right now.
Man, he is flying out of that Raceland starting gate.
Well, seeing as Cody didn't lay down quite the fastest time like we would expect from him, I'm sure Robert's thinking this might be a chance to scoop up some extra points.
And Robert's doing very well this season out there, been laying it down.
The fastest time right now is still that 75.1 from Dylan Dowler. See if Robert can push Dylan down to 2nd or not.
I say right here is where everybody's kind of been bobbling. There he goes.
Yeah, Cody did get hung up there for a couple seconds.
Yeah, I said we saw Justin Hoback kind of get hung up a little bit. And again, the wheelbase can change a lot of that too. Sometimes wheelbase a little bit shorter, a little longer can take a big play. But we've seen several guys there kind of get hung up, and this might be our new leader. Again, see how fast he can push this downhill section.
We do still have one driver to go after Robert too, so see if that 75 holds up or not. I don't know. I think Dylan was maybe pushing it a little faster on the downhills.
Yeah, the downhills where you can really make up some time.
But he's through the finish line, and it was definitely faster than Cody's time. Let's see what we got.
That's an 87.717. Is that fast enough?
I believe that's a 5th place time right now, if my math is correct here.
I've seen Brandon Davis right
above him. But we do have
86.
one more driver. We still have Daniel Heckley. Daniel drew 13.
Okay.
So if you're new to the series and how we do things here, whoever draws number 13, they have the option of staying in that 13th position or going first or going last. And that's just a little something special we do, kind of just for fun in the series. And so, there are advantages depending on the course, if it's muddy, if it's dry, whatever, to going first or last or staying in the middle in that 13th spot. So obviously Daniel elected to go last. So he's going to wrap up course 1 right now.
And again, I think going last, because it is so dry this week, I think going last does make a play because you can watch everybody else. You can see the faster lines. And I think the courses, some of those smoother ledges are going to smooth out, and you're going to see the cars get a little faster as the course moves on. So to me, drawing that number 13, if you have that option, once you get that 13 number, it kind of gives you the choice. I think going last here is kind of a smarter choice here.
See how it pans out for him.
I guess especially since him and Brandon are running such a very similar vehicle, having a chance to watch Brandon run and run a few cars after him, it kind of gives you a good idea. Again, kind of pauses just a little bit there, kind of get lined up perfectly for that ledge. So.
It's looking like a pretty quick run for Daniel right now. He's just got to get up and over these race line rocks.
You can hear that buggy just rip it through there.
Into the finish line. Let's check that time. Ooh. 76.762. That is a second place time on course 1. A really great run from Daniel Heckley, though.
Yeah. Again, definitely some very quick times there. We saw 70, like the mid-70s, mid-80s. That window is a very, very tight window. And again, like we talked about earlier, the stock class, the cup class, and the bouncer, all points are so stinking close.
Yep.
It's just, seeing how this weekend's going to shake out with 200 points available. I'm excited to see who lands on that top 3, top 5.
Well, that does wrap up course 1 for the stock class. So let's go ahead and take a look at our top 10 results. Dylan Dowler was able to hang on to that fastest time, followed now by Daniel Heckley with that 76, Coy Chappell with a 77, Brandon Davis in 4th with an 86, and then Jay Stewart's rounding out top 5 with an 87.
Robert Traynor coming in 6th, Don Curtis coming in 7th. Kaden Phillips coming in 8th, Justin Holback coming in 9th, and Bert Savvy coming in 10th. That wraps up your top 10. Again, this is course 1 of a long weekend of racing. So you're going to see those positions shake up, change, again, depending on how racing goes. It depends if they can keep those buggy togethers. It may evolve, and you see guys some jump up places, or you see some guys tumble. So Wade was leading the entire points coming in a few years ago during Cup Series, and literally on the last day went from 1st to 3rd with 2 awful finishes. So anybody can bump up or unfortunately drop down.
All right, guys, that does complete course 1 for stock class. We are going to take a quick commercial break, and we will be back with our UTV youth class on the other side. So don't go too far.
There's only one tire brand that can call itself legendary. Rebirthed from the depths of Baja and representing decades of racing heritage, Mickey Thompson Tires announces a new American mud terrain legend. This dominating tire is purpose-built for thrill seekers everywhere. The new Baja Legend MTZ. It's time to get what you really want in a tire. Silica reinforced T4 tread compound for enhanced wet performance. PowerPly 3-ply construction for sidewall protection and responsive handling. Improved 4-pitch side biters for bold looks and off-road grip. Proven MTZ tread styling for undisputed traction. 35 different sizes, and one is just waiting for your rig. Gear up and roll with the American mud terrain legend, the Baja Legend MTZ.
These UTV guys have been pushing the limits for years, and we are keeping up with them, providing them the strongest axle on the planet. Our UTV line uses all 300M components, high-temp synthetic moly grease, to handle the abuse of these short courses or long desert races, whatever these guys are doing. They've been pushing the limits, and we've been keeping up. So the years of development for the Pro Series line with our 300M, we have learned so much. We've taken that technology and we've taken the things out of it that make it, absolutely the strongest, and made it the strongest in class for trail use. And we've come out with a Trail Series axle. And that axle is going to be 4340 chromoly steel, all U.S. made, and it is going to be the best in class for your trail. So you don't necessarily have to get the Pro Series. If you're not out here racing, if you don't have 300 horsepower hill killing with these guys, you can get a Trail Series RCV axle and go out and cruise with your buddies with peace of mind that you're not going to break. So for everything UTV, visit us at rcvperformance.com. And for Trail Series, find us at trailseriesaxle.com.
All right, everybody, welcome back here to finals at Wildcat Off-Road Park. We have just completed course 1 for our Super Grip UTV stock class, and now we are going to be moving into our UTV team class. Their course 1 let's go ahead and take a look at our points coming into this weekend. Brantley Havens is leading the pack with 877, followed by Jace Northington with 862 and Sadie Ellison. And then we've got Josie Northington, Maddie Darnell, Lucas Buffkin, Caden Schaefer, and Clara Hoback rounding out our top 8 right now. Our teen class, so this is our first season for having a teen class, and these teens have been racing so hard this season. They've been doing such an awesome job. Jace Northington is going to be kicking things off here, so we'll be sending him off the line.
Him and his sister also race this class together. So, again, it's always fun watching these two siblings, battle it back and forth, and they definitely push each other.
And these guys, I don't think just by, if you didn't know who was behind the wheel, you wouldn't know this was a teen/amateur class. This just looks like, stock class out there racing.
Yes.
This was new for this season, kind of created as an in-between for the kids that age out of our youth class, but maybe aren't quite ready to jump in with everybody else in the stock class or cup class yet. This is meant to be kind of an in-between to kind of bridge the gap there and give them their own class to race in and continue to build that seat time and that confidence and that experience behind the wheel. And they have been doing such an awesome job all season long, our handful of teen racers. So Jace Northington out there doing an awesome job. He's got an 83-point lead over third place. So we're going to see him and Brantley battling it out. They've only got a 15-point lead between Brantley and Jace. So those guys definitely going to be working hard this weekend.
Yeah. Again, this is kind of like you said, talked about that teen/amateur class, kind of a go-between, going from a 170 all the way against, racing guys like, Cody Cayson. That's a big jump. So having that kind of in-between is really nice, and they kind of get in there, get a bigger car, kind of race some similar people.
Well, and they're on bigger courses, too. To our youth class obviously races a course that is appropriate for a small two-wheel drive vehicle and a small kid. So, big difference.
That's an 88.627 for Jace Northington. Again, being able to get on that big car and have some fun. You're racing kids that are of similar talent in the same thing versus, again, racing some big dog guys. I know Clyde pulled the drivers of the youth, the amateur class aside this morning and kind of gave them some options. Said, hey, this course shows this, but it ended up being a little harder. Kind of gave him some choices, kind of gave him some routes. Hey, I'll let you guys choose this or this, whatever you think. And a couple of the guys were like, yeah, we'll do it. And there were some girls that, maybe we can try this a little bit. This. And Clyde said, hey, listen, this is your guys' class.
Yeah.
I want you to go out and have fun with it. You tell me what you want to do. So they all kind of took a vote and kind of figured their class out and kind of figured out what exactly they wanted the course to be. So and then we saw immediately 2 or 3 of the girls hopping side by side and go start pre-running it. So it was kind of cool to see. And some of those have actually headsets, communications. So the dad might be down here with the radio or a walkie-talkie, and they actually have comms inside their helmets. They can actually hear going, oh, turn right, turn left, or a little slower, a little faster, which is actually kind of nice. The first person I ever saw that with, which was Brandon Davis. And then John Campbell was, I think, the second I got it, right around the time John Campbell got his. And it's actually really, really handy because, again, when you're strapped in a full containment seat with your Hans device on, you can't really see much. So having that extra set of highs behind you is just, such a lifesaver.
Maddie Darnell is making her way around the course now. Not sure if she's got a radio in there or not with her dad.
Yeah. I know her dad does a lot of pre-running out there with her, usually before the course. I'll see him come down and kind of check everything out.
Maddie is coming into the weekend 5th in points for the season. I know she's missed a couple races here and there, so she to be able to be 5th for the season right now is she's been doing a great job. She even took a pretty hard lick at I forget which park we were at, but I think it was Hot Springs.
Yeah,
actually, but glad to see her stick with it. Hot Springs was rough on a lot of people.
Yeah, it's a fun course, but man, it can.
I too have had trouble at Hot Springs before.
I believe that.
So you
yeah,
just got to be prepared when you're rolling up in there.
Again, David Darnell, Maddie's dad, also races with us as well in the UTV class. Gets out there and lays it down. Like I said, I've seen them go out there during pre-running a lot. You can see how undercut some of these ledges are. Just see how gnarly.
Right when Maddie dropped off there was a kind of a great view of how we're telling you that everything is a little steeper than it looks on camera. If you've never been to a race in person, you're just going to have to trust us. It's a lot different when you're turning around and looking at the hill than it is looking at it on screen.
Especially this park.
105.714 for Maddie Darnell. And we've got Brantley Havens on the line now, and Brantley is our points leader coming into this weekend with a 15-point lead over second place. Brantley was our first youth driver to age out, we'll say graduate from the youth class, and jump into some other classes. He raced the stock class. He's even raced in our bouncer class before, last year before we had the teen class. And then, of course, he's been coming out here and racing hard and doing a great job getting those points this season in the teen class.
Wow, he is flying through there. Brantley, our first driver to graduate from our youth program to our teen amateur program. Very cool to see that. And again, that's one reason I'm so glad we have this, because it is kind of a buffer, between those 170s, because the 170 to 1,000 cc is such a big jump. Yeah, it's such a big jump going from such a tiny, two-wheel drive vehicle.
Yeah. And relatively flat courses.
Yes,
too.
Yes. Much easier, much more doable, safer courses. That's a 79.524, almost fast enough for first place.
That is fast enough for first place right now. Brantley just set the bar for the rest of our drivers for course 1 with a great run.
You can see all of our dads down there hanging out, being encouraging.
Sadie Ellison on the line now, and it looks like Sadie's got a rental for this weekend. Or this actually might be her new razor. I saw some pictures on Facebook.
Yeah.
But I don't think we've seen her race in this one yet. She was still racing, sharing with Cohen.
Yeah.
From what I remember.
I learn a lot from Snapchat. I see little spy photos sometimes. It'll be the rig with there's a little sneaky vehicle in the background poking through,
Well, at any rate, I'm sure she's glad that she wasn't stuck sharing with Cohen, seeing as he ended up with a little bit of breakage already in his run.
Timmy Cameron's good about that, little sneaking photos on the internet,
Sadie is coming into the weekend third in points. Sadie also had raced in our youth class before joining the teen class this season.
Nice smooth run going here. Again, this course is very similar to the stock class I raced. Get that nice big long uphill climb.
We mentioned earlier that the Ellisons have 3 siblings that are racing with us in the series. One in the youth class, one in the teen class, and one in the stock class. They're coming out of Clanton, Alabama to race. And she is getting through the race line rocks and the finish line.
Just thrashing through there.
In any way possible. 103.956 for Sadie Ellison.
Heck yeah. We got 2 drivers left.
Josie Northington is on the line.
And I believe her entire goal is just to beat Jace, her brother. Like, we got to do it.
Josie started racing with us about mid-season at Fiddler's Bend in Oklahoma, and she came out strong. She flew around the course. Everyone was just, I guess surprised by the kind of, fearless racing style that she had right out the gate.
She came out full send. I was very impressed. There was zero timidness to that race program that day.
No, and she hasn't slowed down one bit since then.
She really hasn't. Her and her brother get out there and just absolutely hammer it down.
Josie was second place at our last race at Rush Springs Ranch, right behind brother Jace.
Yep.
They were sharing the first and second podiums. I'm sure Jace might have been maybe a little nervous even.
Well, then at Hawk Pride, she
run.
took second. He took third. So
yeah. A little bit of sibling rivalry, maybe, in the Northington camp. I don't know. Maybe Jace is the type to, be cheering on.
I think he likes the honoriness
Sister
of it,
Josie.
but I think at the same time he does cheer his sister on too. Ooh, wow. Sounded like a rim just tagged a rock there. Sometimes you find those going downhill too.
They're everywhere.
See what that time's going to be.
87.601. Matt, that is 1 second faster than Jace.
Ooh. Ooh.
Exactly. An 88.6
Wow.
from Jace and an 87.6 from Josie.
Wow.
Well done, both of the Northingtons. That means we've got one driver left to wrap things up for Course 1. That should be Kaden Schaefer coming up to the line now. And after we wrap up our team class, Course 1, then we were going to have our UTV Cup, Course 1, and then we're going to do it all again with Course 2 for everybody.
All right. Yeah, we got a ton of racing going on this weekend.
And then remember, if you missed me going over it earlier, tomorrow we're going to have these three classes again, UTV Stock, Teen, and Cup, and then we're going to bring in UTV Bounty, Limited Bouncer, and Unlimited Bouncer. So we'll get everybody except for youth tomorrow, and then on Saturday we will also throw in our youth class as well.
Yeah, tomorrow's gonna be a long day of racing.
You know what? I'm sorry. We do have youth class tomorrow afternoon as well. Our lineup is a little bit different organization since we have so many courses to fit in. I was looking again here because I didn't think that was quite right. Yeah, so we have our morning classes tomorrow, and then we have our afternoon classes. So we'll have everybody tomorrow and Saturday.
Yeah, very, very busy day.
And then, as always, to wrap everything up, Saturday night, we will have our awards banquet for our seasoned drivers and their families. We do a dinner, catered dinner, and then we have all of the awards from the weekend, from the season. We do a couple extra fun ones.
Yeah.
And throw a few extra things in there to have fun. But it's nice to sit down with everybody.
Some honorary ones.
Do our banquet.
Some fun. I like the fun, silly ones, the kind of honorary ones.
We have a few superlative awards. It's a good time.
Yeah, it's a good time. I think the drivers also appreciate it too.
We don't often get everybody. Actually, we don't ever get everybody to sit down for dinner, except for at the awards banquet.
Really?
So it's the one time a year that we all do that.
Yeah. We'll do some Friday night dinner banquets where we see a lot of the drivers, but some people go in town, some people go to a motel or a hotel. So we do see some drivers shift around a little bit. We do have a decent amount of drivers at our banquets on Friday night.
All right, we are here, and Kaden Schaefer's having some mechanical issues. He's working hard to try and get it fixed right now and get to the line. So while he does that, we are going to take a quick commercial break, and then we'll be right back, and hopefully we'll be sending Kaden then.
The Mickey Thompson Premium Mud Terrain is on the road and full of undisputed attitude. The Baja Boss MT. No compromises, ever. We are purpose-built tires for truck and Jeep enthusiasts everywhere. All mud tires are not created equal, and here's the proof. Powerfly XD construction, asymmetrical tread design, extreme side biters, and more. Find your tire size today at MickeyThompsonTires.com.
All right, guys. We are waiting on Kaden Schaefer to hopefully be able to pull up to the line and make his run. I'm not sure exactly what kind of issues he's dealing with right now. It sounds like they got it started.
I think you said you got to put the seat back in it.
We'll keep you guys posted. Well, if they had to jump it, then they probably take the seat out to get to the battery.
Yeah.
So that would make sense.
Oh, so you know what?
Right.
That's an easy fix.
That could be
I'll
worse.
take that. Yeah. Sometimes you leave the key on. I've done that before. Leave the key on, but it's dead. Not a big deal. Just jump start it. Listen, if that's
the hardest thing about it is getting the seats in and out of a UTV.
Yeah. If that's my biggest problem is just, jump start a battery. I'm pretty good day.
So far for Carnage today, we've had a dead battery and a blown fuse.
Yeah, blown fuse.
And then whatever happened to Cohen. I'm not sure what that was. But aside from Cohen, that's a pretty good day.
Pretty good day so far,
so far.
Dead battery that needs jumped and a fuse. We're like 87 cents.
We're doing awesome. Yeah.
Not a bad day. Yeah, I'll take that. If my worst problem is blowing a fuse, I'm like, and I can still finish the course, I'm like, I'm good.
Yeah.
I've blown a fuse in the middle of a run. I had a fuse that went to my injectors, so I have a right bank and a left bank on injectors, and they have separate fuses. And I blew a fuse to the right bank one time, and so we had to, in the middle of a run, drag it off. We started troubleshooting everything. It was a fuse, and it was just so frustrating because I'm like, that's like literally an 83-cent part.
That's like the equivalent of like the nail in the horseshoe.
Yes.
For a rock bouncer.
Just like, this is literally a 83-cent part.
Yep. But you got to have it.
Yeah.
All right, so Kaden, here he is. He's going to make it to the line, and he's going to immediately roll right into the course.
Looks like Zach's getting them all lined up there. All right.
Here we go. This is Kaden Schaefer rounding off course 1 for our Super Grip UTV teen class. Time to beat right now is a 79.5 from Brantley Havens. I think we'll be seeing Caden's dad, Derek Schaefer, racing this weekend as well. That's one of the great things about these multiple classes that we have, from the youth and teen classes to stock, cup, bouncer, limited bouncer. A lot of times it's a whole family affair.
Yeah.
We've got dad in one of the other classes. We've got the kids or the teens racing, and everyone's out here, cheering each other on, being the pit crew for each other, and it's just a good time. And whole family event.
Yeah, so the great part is if you break, they can just steal parts off yours. My tires.
I'm sure that happens too.
My tire's flat. Like, no problem, I got you. The cool part is if you run the same size tires, you bring one spare. It works for everybody. You can divide and conquer. That is the good news about a lot of bouncers. A lot of bouncers run similar parts too. So.
Yep.
I think he was double checking to make sure he's going the right way, which happens from time to time.
I don't blame him. It's easy to get lost on a course like this.
Especially when there's that many uphills, downhills, turns, jumps.
Yep. You got to really make sure you're taking some time to walk the courses. Yeah. Maybe do some pre-running as well.
Yeah.
And he's through the finish line.
That's a 1:14.582. And again, you would hate to have an awesome time, a smoke and run, and then be like, oh yeah, but your time doesn't count because you missed a flag or a turn or something.
Yeah,
that just would totally
that stings
stink.
A little bit.
It does.
All right, that does wrap up course 1 for the Super Grip UTV teen class. Let's take a quick look. Our fastest time was Brantley Havens, followed by Josie Northington and Jace Northington. Those are your top 3 for course 1. All right, we're going to take a quick break, and then when we come back, we will have our RCV Axle UTV Cup class. So we've already completed stock and teen. You guys don't go too far. We'll be right back with Cup.
So we have 3 different beadlock wheels that most of our guys use. We have the teardrop, we have the twisted, and then we have the twisted black. So we have a machine version of the twisted, then we have the black. We have these in 14 and 15 inch, all 4 lug. But we'll be coming out with, in addition to some of the tires I was talking about earlier that we're coming out with, we're going to have a new line of wheels come out. Some of those will be 5 lug to keep up with some of the new manufacturing that's happening in the UTV world. But the beadlock wheels that we're selling right now, Rock Life and those guys carry these as well. So right now we're having some specials on them. So I'd recommend if you need a set of beadlocks, you're not going to find any cheaper than those.
There's only one tire brand that can call itself legendary. Rebirthed from the depths of Baja and representing decades of racing heritage, Mickey Thompson Tires announces a new American mud terrain legend. This dominating tire is purpose-built for thrill seekers everywhere. The new Baja Legend MTZ. It's time to get what you really want in a tire. Silica reinforced T4 tread compound for enhanced wet performance. PowerPly 3-ply construction for sidewall protection and responsive handling. Improved 4-pitch side biters for bold looks and off-road grip. Proven MTZ tread styling for undisputed traction. 35 different sizes, and one is just waiting for your rig. Gear up and roll with the American mud terrain legend, the Baja Legend MTZ.
All right, what is up, everybody? Welcome back to Wildcat Off-Road Park. This is finals for the National Rock Racing Association. It has been an awesome weekend so far. We have 1 course under our belt, and we have a whole weekend of action. But first, we're going to recap some points for you here. This is the RCV Axle UTV Cup. Again, this is the UTV Cup class, the unlimited class. Cody Cayson sitting at 811, and then literally 9 points behind him. Cooper Bentley at 803, Dylan Dowler sitting in 3rd, Dustin Medley in 4th, Casey Howe in 5th, Matt Myrick in 6th, Ethan Hunt in 7th, Braden Upchurch in 8th, Jesse Phillips in 9th, and Madison King rounding out that top 10.
All right, guys, let's go have a listen to see what our top 3 championship contenders are thinking coming into this weekend. Now, check this out.
Man, in all honesty, I'm just going to have to drive like it's a normal weekend because the points right now for the Cup with me is so tight that you can't really mess up this weekend. So, I mean, you're going to have to come out with all the guys behind me, just go out there and win. I mean, it's what's going to take, in all honesty. Just drive as hard as you can for this weekend. What you're going to have to do. What I need to do to get up on this top box is I just got to stay consistent. But I got to consistently be top 2. And hopefully somebody can split in between me and Clay with me on top, obviously. But maybe we can just keep it consistent, stay fast, and try to get all the number 1s we can.
Coming in the finals, Hill 1, maybe a little conservative. I do got a guy behind me in 4th that mathematically could catch me, but as long as I beat him on Hill 1 and 2, at Hill 3 and 4, it's all or nothing. Like, I'm going for the championship. 30 points out. Cooper and Clay could mess up, but I mean, I'm right there with them. Let's see how it plays out.
All right, guys. Dustin Medley is on the line and ready to start things off for Course 1 of the RCV Axle UTV Cup class.
he is flying out of that race line starting gate. Yeah, that's the new Pro R motor. And again, hearing this thing whistle is just absolutely incredible. And again, the all-wheel steering is what we love to see on this vehicle.
And that definitely sets it apart in the UTV class.
Yeah, the fact it's got all the horsepowers is also kind of really handy. And he drove it fast at the beginning of the season, but I feel like he is getting more and more comfortable in this thing all the time.
Yep.
Again, we saw him at Fiddler's Bend in two-wheel drive. You hear that turbo whistling so much on the gas, off the gas all the time. Fiddler's Bend, that second course, he literally did the entire thing in two-wheel drive. We never heard the turbo whistle. It was like wide open the whole time, which again was so cool to see.
Yeah, this was a new build for him for this year. So seeing the comfort level grow as he progressed through the season, and get him to this point of being a fourth in points overall for the season right now. He's definitely been doing a great job with it.
And to do that,
and like you said, having all the horsepower.
Oh yeah.
Definitely helps, but there's more to it than that too. So Dustin's been doing a great job driving it this year.
And to do that, be in the fourth place, and to do that with a new chassis is just incredible. That thing is flying. That was a 90.127 for Dustin Medley, but is that going to be? He was flying, but is that going to be enough to hold it today?
We've got a long list of drivers still to go here for course 1 of our Cup class.
We really do have a ton of drivers in this class,
including the 3 that y'all heard from in that quick little interview before we started. One of them being Cooper Bentley on the line right now.
Again, Cooper Bentley has made a name for himself in the UTV before he went to the Big Bouncers, and obviously the last 2 seasons, at one point or another, he's been leading the entire bouncer field as well. So, no stranger to a guy who's been on the top podium. And Mr. Chocolate Milk himself is always a exciting and humble guy.
We know that Cooper loves his chocolate milk. That's what fuels his race program. He is second in points coming into the weekend, just 9 points behind the leader, Cody Cayson. He also had a second-place finish from our last event at Rush Springs Ranch. We'll see if he can carry that momentum into today's race. Cooper comes out of Shelby, Alabama to race with us. He started racing in 2021 at Hawk Pride. And the rest is history.
Nice smooth run going here. Again, the UTV Cup guys have a little easier time. They have about the same size tire, but they run a little bit more heavy-duty parts, and they have a little more suspension travel. The shocks are a little more dialed in, so they can hit some of these ledges a little faster, a little bit more durable. Again, you'll see some of the bouncers going up some of this stuff tomorrow as well.
Oh, man, Cooper is tearing through this course right now. If he can maintain this, I think he's going to be setting the bar for the rest of the pack.
Wow.
83.766 for Cooper Bentley.
That's flying. He was absolutely moving there. Got Jesse Phillips sitting in that race line starting gate.
This is Jesse's first season racing with us as well this year. We had several drivers come in new for this season. Jesse comes out of Cadiz, Kentucky. Jesse says he's always been the mechanic on the race buggies and figured he'd finally give it a go behind the wheel in the driver's seat. I'd say it's been working pretty well for him so far this season.
It's a lot funner to be in the driver's seat. Even if you're the guy that has to work on it, it's still a lot funner to be in the driver's seat.
At least you can be the one breaking it, too.
Yeah. I mean, if you got to fix it, at least be the guy that breaks it, you know. Repairing them and not being able to race it, that's no fun.
Jesse would like to give a shout-out to Off-Road Performance, RCV, and J&J Excavating for supporting his race program.
I'll say Off-Road Performance has stepped up big time this year. I know they're helping out a handful of racers. Again, in this Mickey Thompson Mountain, we're going to see guys use literally every square inch of it before we're done this weekend. I'm just looking at some of the lines that we've seen already this weekend, so.
Jesse's trying to make sure he's on the right course here.
Again, those ledges right there are so gnarly in a UTV. Whoa! Wow! Again, that pucker factor is a 10 right there. Yeah.
We've been telling you guys that it's a lot steeper than it looks out here. That was Exhibit A.
Yes. Yeah. That's a 132.602 for Jesse Phillips. Again, Bub Meadows with Addictive Photography is out on the course. Hopefully he got a shot of that vehicle.
Oh, that would make a good shot for sure.
Like straight inverted there. Yeah. That's definitely a wild ride. When you see like sky and the next thing you see is just all dirt.
When your back end's trying to start passing you, you better get on the gas.
At that point, you're like, okay, this is, hopefully you can drive out of it. These courses usually you can, but we've seen guys here not have that same result as well. We've seen some very weird rollovers here before. We saw Wade earlier this year kind of tip over. Daniel Heckley as well. Dylan Dowler was in his UTV, just kind of flopped over down here on the flat ground too. We've seen some weird wrecks here.
We have. Hopefully we don't have too much of that this weekend, though.
Yeah.
Martin Stewart out on the course now.
That's son of legendary driver Will Stewart. They do a lot of UTV cages and chassis.
Yeah, the Batcave Customs.
Batcave Customs. He showed up. William actually showed up to Hawk Pride. I got a chance to talk to him a little bit, say hi. I said, do you miss it? He said, not really. He said, I do until I see guys break a lot, and then I'm like, no, I don't miss it at all. That's the part you don't miss is working on them.
Cons.
Work on them after you break. So, but his son does a very great job. Normally in that right-hand drive buggy. It's a little bit lower to the ground, has a little wider stance, which is great. Obviously, if you're on a hill trying not to, woo, buddy, hitting that jump. Again, hitting that jump, probably pick up a few little seconds there. See what that time's going to be.
.828 for Martin Stewart.
That's a good time. Yeah, being able to pick up those few little seconds here and there might make a big difference.
Speaking of picking up a few seconds, Clay Cayson is on the line. Clay is our points leader coming into this weekend by just 9 points.
9 points.
See if he can hang on to that lead, maybe even expand it a little bit.
Again, I like Clay's buggy's name is 401k. Yeah, because clearly that's
priorities.
Clearly that's where investing his money right now. And my brother had a buggy that he named 401k Killer because he actually went and borrowed the money from his 401k to buy the rock bouncer. So it was a great name. Woohoo!
The Caysons come out of Fulton, Mississippi to race with us. This is the 3rd year racing 401k, so this buggy's getting some miles under its belt now. Cooper Bentley put down an 83.7 on this course already. And that is the time to beat right now for Clay. Uh-oh.
Dang it. I don't know if he just high centered there for a second or what, but
he's definitely trying to stay away from that flag. He doesn't want that 30-second penalty. Nice.
Whoa!
Whoa!
Wow! Bicycling through there.
A little squirrely.
That's a 91.410. Is that our new leader?
No, not quite.
No.
Cooper Bentley with the 83 still in the lead.
Man, again, that was a super quick time, but not enough to unset Cooper.
That is a 3rd place time right now. Dustin Medley, 2nd place right now with a 90. I think that we heard from Cooper earlier say that he was hoping somebody would get between him and Clay today in points. So,
all right, while we're waiting Matt to get settled here, we're going to check out our top 5. Again, we've had a few times now. Again, this top 5 is absolutely super competitive. Got Cooper Bentley sitting in that number 1 spot. Dustin Medley coming in 2nd. Clay Cayson sitting at 3rd. Again, that little distance is what Cooper was talking about. Martin Stewart at 4th. And Jesse Phillips at 5th. Again, we're a handful of drivers in. We still have a ton of the field to go.
We're maybe a third of the way through course 1 right now for our Cup class.
Again, as Bree said earlier, we have a ton of drivers in this class, so we're gonna definitely think we're going to see that top 3, top 5 still get shaken up some more. Again, speaking of a guy who's shaking things up this year, Matt ended up on the podium earlier this season. Definitely getting a bit more comfortable in this new chassis. Said Matt used to race a UTV with us. He took a little time off. He has a little production company you might have heard called Busted Knuckle Films.
Yeah, they've put out a few videos here and there.
They've made a few things, you know. So
if you guys aren't familiar, go ahead and head on over to YouTube and check out Busted Knuckle Films.
Yeah, just Google them. You'll figure it out.
Uh-oh. He is stopped on the course. Sounds like a buggy might have quit.
Yeah. As Zach would say, it came uncrunked.
Hate it when that happens.
Yeah. We got fired up. You can hear it. Nope, I lied. I thought it was Keith firing up the rump there.
Something's running, but it's not Matt.
I thought it was Matt got it fired up, but it was Keith. Keith, our recovery expert, getting ready to head up there. Go get him checked out.
Oh, man, and it looks like we are going to have our first well, a DNF that is a not. We did have one mistake on course, a missed turn that resulted in a DNF. This will be our first mechanical DNF.
Yeah.
For today.
And you hate to see that too. It just stinks.
All right. Well, this is a perfect time to shout out Keith, the tool man, and all of our recovery staff and volunteers out here for helping us keep everybody safe, keep things moving smoothly. We would not be able to do a race like this without them. Safety is definitely our priority out here. We want everyone to have fun and go home unscathed at the end of the day. So big shout out to everybody that helps us make that happen, especially Keith, who is always on the scene to assist.
Yeah, Keith does a great job for us. Always out there getting vehicles pulled off course or flipped around, or doing whatever it takes to keep the race going. Yeah, again, Keith has tools and parts and a handful of other things that he helps keep all of us squirrely racers going with.
So much so that we call him Keith Toolman. Toolman is not actually his last name.
It is not.
But many people were confused about that.
I thought it was.
Because we have called him that for so long.
Yeah, I thought his name was Keith Toolman. It turns out it's not.
He's just the tool man.
Yes. All right, guys, while we get Matt pulled off, Keith's going to get him out there taken care of. We're going to take a quick commercial break, but don't go too far. We're going to come back with this racing action right after these messages. All right, again, there's Keith getting them pulled off course. We appreciate Keith and all he does. I know he keeps the bouncer guys, me specifically, keeps us running, so I always owe him a big hug and a high five and probably some steak dinners. But he does our recovery for us. He's a great guy and just, again, shows lots of love. Him and his wife both show up, and they do a lot for us. They actually got some money together, and they knew that they were too very honorable and proud to take it, so they actually started a scholarship for a youth class and did some giveaways with some money in their name. Very, very cool to see. They do a great job, and his wife are also very, very kind people. So they tend to travel with the Bacon family, who are also very kind, and also very ornery too. So
all of the above. So that is Matt Myrick getting recovered off the course right now. If you're just tuning in, we are not quite halfway through course 1 of the RCV Axle UTV Cup class. We completed course 1 of our stock and teen classes. And after this, we will be running it back for course 2 for everybody. Our fastest time here in the Cup class right now is Cooper Bentley with an 83.7.
All right, this is Wade Good running for Ethan. Again, Wade, no stranger to absolutely blasting in side-by-side.
So Wade started out racing with us in the UTV class for a few seasons before moving on up to the bouncer class, and right now he's second in points, and bouncer's coming into the weekend, so he's kind of getting back to his roots this season as well, jumping into this spot for Ethan Hunt.
And I'm sure he enjoys that. I'm sure getting into it, having some fun, kind of feeling it out, getting a little more seat time.
He's looking pretty good so far. I don't know if Cooper might be getting a little nervous over there.
Again, wanting to be smooth and be fast, but at the same time, you also kind of get to keep the car together. Again, this is a long weekend of racing. I know Wade's a local guy. He's 20, 30 minutes away. He's over by EKU. Down over by Richmond area. I know we have a handful of guys. Kenneth Cozine and Clint Garrison, both are kind of local-ish guys.
We got a lot of Kentucky, local Kentucky drivers.
Yeah.
Middle Tennessee and Kentucky seems to be our biggest bases. 80.419. That is your new leader on course 1. Dylan Dowler on the line now. Dylan is third place right now, coming into the weekend with 775 points. He's also coming off a third place finish at our last event at Rush Springs Ranch, Missouri. We saw Dylan race already in the stock class today. Time to beat right now is the 80.4 that Wade Good just put down. A very good time, if you will.
A very good time. That's nice, because, Wade is a really good guy. Dylan is floating through there.
No dilly-dallying.
It's a true story. Again, that iconic orange chassis, it's hard to miss out there on course.
I'm going to guess that was the idea.
Yeah. I'll say it turns up well for pictures, especially when you have, rocks or trees in the background.
So far, this run's looking pretty on par with what we saw from Wade and Cooper.
Again, that downhill section is where you see some of those guys.
I think Wade had it on the downhill here.
Yeah, Wade kind of skipped with the downhill. Ooh! Wow.
Even just blasting up those ruts on the hill, is taking a lot of momentum.
That's an 86.251 for Dylan Dowler. Ooh, wow. Again, Cooper Bentley was talking about trying to wedge that gap a little bit. Looks like he was able to sneak another one in there.
Between him and Clay, yeah. So Clay's at 91 seconds, Cooper at 83. We've now got Dylan Dowler with 86 and Dustin Medley with a 90 between them.
Wow. And again, I think Cooper's going to need that if he's going to end up being able to squeak out a really good spot this weekend. So, and I know Clay is obviously sitting comfortably now, but definitely going to want to push hard. But like we saw Timmy here last year again in UTV class, being leading coming in, you can't get too much of a comfortable mindset. You want to be smooth, but at the same time, you also want to be very careful.
This is Alex Van Hart out on the course now. He's got a spare tire with him just in case he has any issues out on the course. Matt, maybe you should carry one of those around.
Yeah, I've had that issue before. Well, a lot of Ultra 4 guys mount it like that. And the reason why is that way if they roll over, it helps put you back on your wheels. It's very convenient. I know for shock tuning, a lot of guys like having it there too. Gives a little weight, help it kind of balance it out, especially in the big cars that are front mount engines. Launching up there. This is a big chassis with big tires. Clipped out of gear, it sounds like.
I think he missed his turn.
Yeah.
There he goes. Oh. Unfortunately, it's looking like he's a bit lost on the course right now. Trying to figure out where he's supposed to go up the hill.
Because right there that's where he's coming down. There we go. There we go. Again, these are a very, very long course. And everybody's like, oh, that's crazy. How could you get lost? Trust me, it's very easy to do. Just with all the turns you have to uphand, right-hand, left-hand turns, uphill, downhill. Yep. Then you throw the fact you're being thrashed around in that vehicle.
And there's a cloud of dust surrounding you.
Yes. Yeah.
Visibility is limited when you're fully strapped in. You've got your Hans device on, full-face helmet.
Yeah. And then as you start pulling downhill, you literally can't see. You're like just pulling off. It looks like you're going to drive off a cliff until the front end starts to drop. Especially right here.
Woo!
Yeah. Again, you can see that kind of letting that front end hang off there.
All right, he just needs to come up the hill.
There we go. Get a finish out of that. All right. It sounds like he, unfortunately, did end up with a DNF just because of some course misdirection, unfortunately. But that's okay.
Yeah, he missed a turn, but that just means he's got 3 more courses to make up for it.
Get some seat time.
That's right. David Darnell leaving the line now.
Sharp-looking chassis. So it's great to see David and his whole family out here doing some racing together.
Yeah, we already saw his daughter Maddie race in the youth class, the teen class. Well, they say, Matt, the family that races together stays together.
Yes, and
I know somebody says that.
You would know that because I've seen your whole family racing before. So
yeah, it's true.
There is a ton of turns on this course.
I saw a T-shirt yesterday. I told my dad it had a Jeep on it. It really needs a rock bouncer. But then it says, it's only money.
It's so true. It's so true.
It's only money, Dad.
It's only money.
You can't take it with you.
Yeah, it's only money. Yeah.
Might as well do something fun.
Yeah, it's only money, right? I mean, come on, Dad. It's only money, Bree's dad, Chad, is sitting next to us in the booth. He's like, wait, what? He's like, whose money?
Who's spending my money?
Yeah, he's like, wait, what?
Speaking of wait, what? Okay, there's David. We lost him for a minute there.
Again, if you go to the very far left of that, if you're going uphill, the very far left side's a little bit smoother transition. So I think he might have been just kind of hugging that far left side.
Oh, one more. There
we
you
go.
Really, this is a tough turn to make.
It is.
It's an off-camber uphill turn with some really deep ruts on that hill that you have to kind of fight through.
Yeah.
.740 for David Darnell.
I think that was Bub Meadows about halfway up the hill. There was a yellow vest under a tree, and it looked like they were getting ready to point him which way to go as he paused on that last downhill. So we do some, some of our photographers also encourage our racers to go the right way. We appreciate that. As a guy who's been lost on course before, we greatly appreciate that. I've even followed the drone once. We were going along, and I was like, slow down, because I was like, you turn here is the next one, and the drone drops right down. I was like, okay, good. Followed him down. I said, I appreciate that.
Use whatever is on hand.
It really is. It really is.
Your context clues.
Yeah, because we have courses taped off sometimes, but there's 3 or 4 different classes all racing. So
this is Jason Hall on course now. Hall in the mail.
Looks like Mad Hatter, I think is what I can read on the side of the buggy. Kind of a cool name. He has some teal and pink and purple on there. Sharp-looking wrap.
I believe this is Jason's first time racing with us.
Yeah, I said I don't recognize the buggy. And again, because we see so many guys in race suits at home, it's we can almost identify buggies as well as people.
Welcome to the NRRA, Jason.
Yeah.
I hope you studied your course map.
Yeah, for real. I like his white window nets. I always order white window nets, and they get dirty quickly, but they're also so cool to see.
Matt's motto is look good, drive good.
Yeah, that's,
If you can't tell,
yeah.
He's all about the nice livery.
Yeah, you look fast, be fast,
But what about looks can be deceiving?
Yeah, we've been loaded with an excavator at this park before.
Oh, man, Jason Hall is working hard right now on those ledges. Oh, I don't think he was expecting that.
No, again, I think it was ledges.
He's going with the flow, though.
Yeah.
I think it worked. I feel like there is some sort of allegory we could make in there. We've got when life hands you lemons, make lemonades. When the rocks bounce you one way, make a new path.
Yeah, make a new path.
Something.
Yeah. It's like the old saying, when God closes a door, he opens a window.
Yeah. Oh, man, he's so close. He's making sure everybody's watching.
Yeah. He's like, I'm getting full use of this screen time right now. I said, it sounded like he was trying to get it turned over.
Oh, man, to make it that far.
I know. Dang it. Surely he could get it fired up. Man, that stinks. To do that whole course and be, 40 feet from the finish line. And almost all of it straight away. You hate to see that.
I think Keith's rolling up to assess the situation. So our rule is that once you receive outside assistance, somebody else has put hands on the buggy and helped you out, then at that point your run's considered a DNF. Occasionally, rarely, but it does happen.
Yeah.
We have drivers who are able to self-recover.
Yeah.
Maybe jump out and I don't know. So we've had some actually be able to roll their buggies. If they've got a tipped buggy and it lands just in such a way, they're able to roll it back upright themselves, or get out and wiggle your wires around, whatever it is that might be going on, and jump back in and finish your run. That totally counts. But once you receive outside assistance, it's considered a DNF. What we're hearing right now, though, is something that I don't know if we've had happen before. Apparently, his key fell out.
Yes.
And they're searching for it in the floorboard.
I seen it happen to Paul Wolf one time.
His key fell out in, the creek.
Yeah, it was like a river. It was like the water. He fell out in there, and he's, trying to find it.
I don't think we've ever had this happen to where somebody had to stop their run because their key fell out.
Yeah. Adam Kuntz.
Adam lost it in a creek too, or was it Paul?
I remember.
I know Paul did
at
Dirty Turtle.
Yeah. I think I think I do remember that now he's mentioned it. I think I do remember that.
So duct tape your Can-Am keys.
Yeah, or
get
like a zip tie, like one of those little key, those little key things for the janitors have that to pull the keys off. All
right, I think they found the key. And Jason is going to get out and go get it and get back in the vehicle so he can finish his race. Talk about a dramatic finish.
They're pointing at it. He's like, hey, bud, it's over here.
He had a spotter find the key for him. He's getting back in.
It's like an Easter egg hunt. It's here. Try over here. You're getting warmer.
Oh, gosh.
Oh, man. Hey, you know what? At least it's an easy fix. I'll take that over like a hard fix any day of the week.
So far today, minus whatever Cohen's issue is. We're just going to put that one off to the side. Yeah. We've had a blown fuse, a dead battery, and a key fell out. Yeah. This is like the most minor, strange. Yeah. And then we did have Matt Myrick, the mystery. Matt and Cohen are off by themselves to the side. But some definitely strange, but nicely minor issues happening today. Like Jason is able to get up the hill and through the finish line. I know he was not expecting that to happen during his run. None of us were.
That's a 3:59.166.
And at this point, it's not even the time that matters. It's just that he got through the finish line, and it's not a DNF.
And again, that's like a 21-point difference in time right there. You go from 10 points to 31, so that makes a huge jump in points. Especially when we see some of the courses, I think, later this weekend, and we'll see maybe a handful of guys start moving in that DNF category. All right, we got Derek Schaefer sitting in that race line starting gate.
Another one of our drivers where we saw his son racing in the teen class earlier. Actually, speaking of dead batteries, that was Kaden Schaefer. Glad they were able to get it going again so he could make his run. Coming into that Raceline Rock section. We haven't seen any issues on the Raceline Rocks yet today. We have in at past races here at Wildcat, so we'll see if those come into play yet this weekend or not.
Again, just keeping a nice smooth run going is kind of important at this point. Again, we're a little more than halfway through there, it looks like, of our UTV Cup class.
Yeah, I'd say we're about 2/3 of the way through Course 1. And then that means we're going to be running back Course 2 for UTV Stock, Teen, and Cup. Tomorrow we will have all of our classes and Saturday.
A nice little smooth run there.
Oh,
Again, some of these courses just, not thrashing through the buggy, getting a nice, easy finish out of it's kind of important.
.445 for Derek Schaefer. Looks like we got about half a dozen drivers left for Course 1 of the RCV Axle UTV Cup class. Our fastest time right now is Wade Good with an 80.4. That is the time to beat still. I believe we've got Trey Williams out on the course now.
Really sharp looking chassis. Again, you can see all the dust getting kicked up, but there is a nice good groove getting worn in that track out there. So
whether you want to follow it or not, you're going to.
Yes. Some of that is follow at your own risk, A lot of times you can get in kind of some of those kind of get in those good ruts, and they can kind of hold you down, keep you where you want to be at. Other times, some of those ruts can cause problems.
Sometimes you're just along for the ride.
It's true. Yeah.
Oh, looks like he's a little hung up. It's that same ledge at the top that has given a handful of drivers some trouble today. Matt, have you been to the top of the hill yet? Scope things out?
This weekend, no. We got down here and played a little bit on the bottom, but we haven't went up and climbed most of it. We'll probably do it in the old UTV tonight.
You don't want to get your steps in? They count as double when you're going uphill, right?
For real. For real. That first big drop off there, we've seen several guys have some issues there.
You know it is a weird feeling when you're right on the edge and you're just looking straight down.
Yeah.
And you just have to trust in gravity and four-wheel drive to pull you out of it.
Four-wheel drive. That's a 131.007 for Trey Williams. Again, I think like, what do you believe in? I believe in Jesus and gravity.
We've got Casey Howell out on the course now. Wait, is that Casey?
I don't think that's Casey.
No, that's not Casey. Somebody was just breaking the beam.
Yeah, maybe. It does not sound good.
That was Jesse Riley.
Yep, yeah. All right, Madison King pulling up to that race line starting gate. Madison's down there with the head. Dad's down there with the headset. Going to be cheering her on, giving her some pointers.
Yeah, not sure what happened there with Jesse Riley having to pull off the first. If we find out, we'll update you guys.
Yeah, it did not sound good at all.
Madison King also racing in our Bounty class and being fourth in points overall in Bounty so far this season. So
she does very well in our Bounty class. Again, usually...
And that's with missing a couple races, too.
I'll say we see usually a big spike in that after we get our Cup class ran to see who's still going to have everything together. So, woo!
Airing it out.
Yeah, she definitely kept the momentum going there.
Uh-oh.
No. Get back on the...
Oh, so close. She almost stuck the landing.
We've seen her on the bigger jumps down here do that exact same thing. Again, sometimes it'll kind of kick you to the right side. We've seen some bouncers do it. We've seen some Cup cars do it. Kind of come up. Yeah.
We do have our first rollover of the weekend.
Man.
Unfortunately for Madison Key. You know, she's almost in a spot where she could self-recover. I don't think she's quite enough. If she, sometimes if they land just right where they're a little uphill.
Yeah.
We've seen it happen before. I don't know if Madison's got the biceps for that, though.
Yeah,
like some of these guys do.
She's a very, very petite frame. I don't think she's got the bulk in the chest with the arms and the legs to self-squat that UTV.
Luckily, she's got several guys up there to help her upright the buggy. That is one nice thing about the UTVs is it just takes a couple of folks
to
get them turned back over.
Yeah, it's very, very convenient. Yeah, it's pretty easy to get those UTVs, especially when they're like I said, leaning kind of downhill. It's pretty easy to get them put back on all fours. But yeah, Madison, not a real sturdy frame. I wouldn't, she's
a sporty girl.
She's
but
not benching 400. Okay.
I don't know if it translates to flipping the buggy back over or not.
I mean, to be fair, I don't know if I could upright a side by side by myself on a good day. We've seen, I think, Jay Stewart's do it, and I think we've seen, Clay?
I think
Cody Cayson.
Cohen Ellison did,
okay.
I think.
Yes, that's right.
Yeah.
Actually, here, I think, wasn't it?
Oh,
on the straightaway.
I can't remember.
It was a straightaway. I think he was, had to flip back over and hit the straightaway, if I remember correctly.
We've definitely seen it happen a handful of times, but, of course, it all depends on how the buggy lands.
It really is. It kind of it tilts just right, and you can kind of use your body, get that momentum, a little fulcrum action going. Get it put back on all fours. And then you still got to climb back in, strap back in real quick, and take back off. So
it's a process. But if it's either that or a DNF, then plus you get to be a hero for, self-recovering.
Again, it looks very cool for the online crowd.
We do have an AMSOIL action shot of Madison's rollover. This is going to be our first one of the day, our first rollover. I think we're doing pretty good so far to be about halfway through our day here at Wildcat. And have our first rollover. Oh yeah, the rear end whipped around on her, and it almost went back over on all fours.
So close.
And then decided not to.
A lot of times you can, if you're really quick on the throttle as it's starting to roll over that last turn, if you can cut it, kind of stab the gas, you might get one chance to upright it. But unfortunately,
but everything happens at double speed while you're in the vehicle.
Yeah.
And then it's all over before.
Yeah, there's a lot of luck involved.
Before you knew what to do.
Yeah. And again, the guys that maybe stab at the gas at the wrong time also kind of sometimes will let the engine go. So we've seen that happen before as well. guys try to upright the vehicle. Maybe a little too aggressive on the uprighting.
Well, it looks like Madison's getting towed off of here, so I'm not sure if she had any damage to the buggy or if it didn't want to start.
Yeah. I say it looked like a pretty smooth rollover there.
Looks like we've got 3 drivers left for course 1 of our Cup class.
Keith will get him pulled down here.
So we're going to finish course 1 here with our 3 drivers, and then we'll take just a short 5-minute break before we come back for course 2 for stock, teen, and then Cup. We've got Braden Upchurch out on the course now, and it sounds like Braden is going to wrap up course 1 for us. We've got at least one driver wanting to save the buggy for Bounty, making a strategic decision.
Yeah. Which, again, when you're talking, 4 courses over 3 days of racing, especially if you're doing multiple classes, that is super important about figuring out, where to push the car, where not to push the car, especially if you're in that top 5 or top 3, because that means you're in the money or possibly in the podium. So that could come out very well.
And then I have a correction also. I think we announced Alston Tidwell as Trey Williams' run earlier. So that was Alston Tidwell with the 131.007. For our sharp-eyed viewers at home.
We'll have this Wonder Bread wrap. Very cool.
So Braden was another one of our drivers that drew number 13 and elected to go last. When they draw 13, they can either stay in that 13th spot or go first or go last. It's just kind of an extra little bonus thing that we do when we're drawing numbers for our drivers. There are advantages depending on the park we're at, the weather, if it's muddy and the course might get rutted out or dug out, change, whatever.
I'll say the biggest thing
to going either first or last or staying in the middle. So.
Yeah, I say the biggest thing I think I see is the weather, because mud can rapidly change a course.
114.875 for Braden Upchurch.
All right. Again, that will wrap up our RCV Axle UTV Cup. We appreciate all those guys. Again, this is course 1 so far of our 3 UTV classes. We still do have Bounty we'll be racing, but again, our main UTV classes we kind of ran through. That's course 1. Again, we have a ton of racing to go on through this weekend. And again, talking about how guys are going to save that car for later. But looks like we've got our top 10 here. Again, coming in first place, Ethan Hunt. Again, this is for the first course of the weekend.
And that's Wade Good running for Ethan Hunt's spot.
And then Cooper Bentley in second, Dylan Dowler in third, Dustin Medley in fourth, and Clay Cayson in fifth.
Then we've got Martin Stewart 6th, Braden Upchurch 7th, Derek Schaefer 8th, David Darnell 9th, and Alston Tidwell rounding out our top 10. That was course 1, like Matt said, for our RCB Axle UTV Cup class. So that means we finished course 1 for our 3 classes for today. We are going to take just a short 5-minute break. And when we come back, we're going to have course 2 for stock, teen, and cup again. In the meantime, you guys enjoy this content from our friends at Power Sports World.
Hey guys, what's up? I'm Brian with Fisher's Off-Road, and today I'm going to be answering a question that I get a lot this time of the year. Right now, we are in the beginning of November. It's archery season here in Middle Tennessee. The rut is about to pop off, and I get a question every year that goes something like this. Can I use my ATV or side-by-side to get to my stand, my setup, my blind? Can I use it to get back in closer to where I'm hunting? This is a question that I get all the time this time of the year, and this is not a yes or no question. This is not a one-size-fits-all question. As a matter of fact, this is always a controversial question. This is one of those that it sets some people off, and it's another one that some people are like, oh, you know, this is what I do. So I can't tell you yes or no. All I can tell you is how we do it, how I do it. And especially in our area here in Middle Tennessee, for us, we do use our ATV and side-by-side to get close to the stand and then walk the rest of the way in. Now, that being said, we also use our ATVs and side-by-sides every day of the year, all hours of the day. We'll do night rides. We'll do daytime stuff. We work around our property. Our neighbors use their ATVs and side-by-sides to check their cattle, to feed their cattle. We use our ATVs and side-by-sides around here in Middle Tennessee as like a normal vehicle, everyday use. If you're in an area where there's absolutely no ATV or side-by-side or recreational activity at all during the year, and you come in there during deer season and you start getting in your unit and you're starting it up at 5 o'clock, 6 o'clock in the morning, and you're getting back to your stand, those deer are going to know. They're going to know something's up. So if you have an area, especially a public area, like if you're using it on public property, something like a wildlife management area that you can use an ATV or side-by-side on, you got to be really careful with that, because that can also trigger some emotions from other guys or gals that may not use a vehicle to get back into where they're going. Our property borders 2,000 acres of wildlife management area here in Middle Tennessee, and there's a road that goes around the outside of the property. Now, during hunting season, you can use that road. So I hear people driving on it when I'm up in my stand hunting, and actually it's a good thing for me, because a lot of times they'll push deer back over to our side, and we capitalize on that opportunity. It's just one of those things, you got to be considerate of other hunters and neighbors. I've been on hunts in other states where we use side-by-sides and ATVs to get a good ways back into our stand, and then we'll kind of shut them off and we'll walk in the rest of the way. I've even actually been on a hunt where I had a side-by-side parked literally 100 yards away, and there was more deer over by that side-by-side walking by in that area than there were in my area. So you just never know. It's like I said, it's not a one-size-fits-all, but you just got to be courteous of other hunters and think about the area you're going into. How loud is your side-by-side? It all comes down to the noise level. Sometimes I've even heard people playing their radio in a unit while they're going back to a stand or getting back to an area. So I would not recommend that. I would keep it as chill and low profile as possible. I've been on hunts already with outfitters where we did not use any ATVs or side-by-sides. They just didn't believe in it. They didn't like it. But they would use their pickup trucks to get us back in pretty far and then drop us off. But that's also what they did every day. So you just got to remember, whatever the daily routine is, whether it's a pickup truck, an ATV, a side-by-side. And I also notice now a lot of guys are starting to use the e-bikes to get back into where they're going hunting, which is a different subject and topic and discussion all its own, because I have a video I'm getting ready to put out now on e-bikes, and you might want to check your local public hunting areas, because like we have, like I said, the Tennessee Wildlife Management Area that's literally behind our property. There are some regulations on e-bikes, which I never thought there would be, but I'm going to do another video on that, so stay tuned for that video, because that just kind of blew my mind on what you can and can't do with e-bikes on a public hunting area. So the bottom line is just be courteous to other hunters, and the situation may or may not allow you to use an ATV or side-by-side to get back to your stand. There you go, guys. I hope that helps you out. I hope you have a great hunting season and be safe.
What is up, everybody? Welcome back here. This is finals for the National Rock Racing Association in East Bernstadt, Kentucky, here at Wildcat Off-Road Park. Again, the park is open all weekend, so you can still go do some wheeling and having a great time. Well, I try to go hit some trails, have some fun at nighttime, especially during finals since we're here for so many days. We are course 1 done for UTV Cup, which is our unlimited UTV class, our UTV stock class, and our teenager amateur, UTV class. So we have one course down, and we have one to go today.
That's right. We've seen some great racing action so far. Only a little bit of carnage. Nothing too crazy. Couple of DNFs, couple getting lost on the course.
Yeah.
But for the most part, some nice smooth runs happening out here today here at Wildcat.
And some weird mechanical things.
That's right.
Like a fuse or,
Dead battery.
I've seen Dan Carter
lost the key. The key fell out on the hill. Yeah. We've never had that happen before.
I've seen Dan Carter have some weird issues, like the ground wire go bad in his fuel pump, or he's had some weird issues before. And again, I think it's almost more frustrating if it's something simple. You're like, great, ground wire goes bad, or something like that. Is something simple is always more aggravating, I think. And it looks like we're getting everybody gathered up around our starting gate. Cody Cayson is backed in there. I don't know if he's going to kick us off now.
Got that fuse replaced and is
the fuse replaced,
ready to put down the kind of run we're used to seeing from him this time.
Looks like he's suiting up right now. So he must have drew number 2. I think that'd be the first course we do all the odds and then the evens. Second course we do the evens and then the odds. And the rest of the weekend we do that same order, but we reverse it. So we'll do the odds backwards and evens backwards. Very, very cool. Again, great shot of the course there. Very cool to see. Again, you can see that whole Mickey Thompson Mountain as that boy Keith gets backed in there.
So our top 3 from course 1 for the stock class was Dylan Dowler with a 75, followed by Daniel Heckley with a 76, and Coy Chappell with a 77.
All right. We're getting word that Cody is still hanging on by 10 points.
10 points after course 1. He started out with a 26-point lead, but, 10's still better than nothing.
Yeah.
See if he can maybe get a little more distance again here. Robert Traynor right behind him in second in points right now.
And again, with 3 more courses left, there's 150 points still available. So anything can happen on this race weekend. As Miles would say, anything is possible. Yeah, good buddy Miles. I like to tease him a lot. He's a good guy. Yeah, for those of you who are big Ultra 4 fans, you'll know the name Miles Hasquist. He is a good buddy of mine. He does a lot. I get to do some sports casting with him at King of Hammers each year. Get to hang out with him. He's a great guy. Does a lot for the sport, and he's like an encyclopedia for anything Ultra 4. Very, very cool guy. He always gives me a hard time about rock bouncing stuff. They were saying he has ducks in his Jeep window, so his opinion does not matter here. And I like to tease Miles. Miles is a really great guy. He has a huge heart for the sport of off-roading and does a lot. Very knowledgeable, helps out a lot of drivers, and he has a true heart for the sport. So I really, really like him a lot. And I like to tease him too. He's pretty ornery. He's pretty silly guy. You can just catch him hanging in one of the tents. He's a big fan of the Brannick crew, Brannick Motorsports. I know they've helped out our series for a while. They're based out of Indiana. I know a lot of racers get parts of them for everything from axle shafts to custom built axles. Again, we appreciate everybody tuning in here with us on this Thursday afternoon of Day 1 racing here at the National Rock Racing Association. It sounds like we're about to kick things off with course number 2. Again, we're going to start it off with our UTV stock class. Looks like we got Cody Cayson sitting in that race line starting gate. You can see all the drivers and family members, crew back there. Inside the back behind that race line starting gate down at the pit area. We have our crew and our rescue gear up here. They're making sure we got a course clear. I think they're making sure all the appropriate flags and tape is up where it needs to be. All right, clock is hot. Here we go. We are going racing. And again, this looks more like the Cody I think we're used to seeing. Again, I'm not exactly sure what kind of issues he was having that first run, but he pilots this stock UTV more like a battleship sometimes than anything. You can see kind of that dust building up out there on the course. Again, we'll make sure to get the water truck in here and get it soaked out as much as possible. He's just drifting through these corners.
Yeah, so after being slowed down by a little mechanical difficulties on course 1, he's had his lead shrink to just 10 points now. So he's defending that gap.
Whoa, whipping around that corner there. Go, baby, go.
There it is. That's
right.
The kind of run from Cody we're used to seeing.
That's a 75.7. I'm sorry, 5.71 now. Is that time going to stick? I mean, 75, I mean, I don't know. That's a fast time. His last straightaway, he, never lifted.
That's a very fast time. I mean,
a little bit different.
We got a lot of good drivers in this class, so we'll just have to wait and see.
A little different course than the first course. So, again, throwing some more turns and some more uphill and downhill in the mix. So we'll see how that's going to shake out. Sounds like we've got John Curtis sitting in that race line starting gate. Again, I think him and Nick Wright go back and forth each week for like longest drive. You know, we were calling Nick earlier this week to be like, hey, can we put a cheese order in?
Oh,
Like,
yeah,
what?
I think you have to explain that Nick comes from Wisconsin.
Yes. Yeah. The original inventor of string cheese, right? Is that is that how that works?
Cheese curds. Yes, Don Curtis making the drive all the way from Kansas to come race with us. This is his second year racing in the stock class. Started out racing with us in the VIN class. Was our season winner at that first season of VIN. He says that he started out as a fan watching Mad Ram 11 and Busted Knuckle videos in college, and then took the opportunity to start racing with the VIN class in 2022. And here he is still racing in the stock class now, UTV stock.
Oh, again, that same little uphill section there. We've seen several guys kind of bobble it on, but it always kind of throws the front end to the right side.
Man, it's such a long, steep hill. When I turn around and look at the actual hill compared to how it looks on screen, it's a big difference, guys. So if you haven't been able to come to a race in person and see it, get the actual perspective of being out here in person, then you're just going to have to trust us.
Yeah.
And keep that in mind as you watch. 107.716 for Don Curtis.
And again, you could see how big those ledges were right there. Just watching that front end kind of drop down. They were just so massive. All right, Kaden Phillips here. Clock is hot. Again, this long straightaway, guys just absolutely come out and rip through that race line starting gate. That nice big straightaway kind of lets the buggy get out there, kind of feel some wind in your hair. And then you whip a 180-degree turn and go right into just, gauntlet of rocks, ledges. As Bree talked about, some of those ruts were just so incredible. And again, as you're kind of going catty-core across them, that is so hard on the knuckles, the C's, ball joints, tie rod ends. And I think we're going to see some of that this weekend. And again, unfortunately, if you break early on in the run, you can probably get it fixed before the next run. But unfortunately, you're going to have with the DNF, which, lose points. It's a very rough scenario.
Speaking of rough scenarios, I was talking earlier about how the Raceline Rocks hadn't given anyone trouble yet, but we've seen it in the past.
Yeah.
We're seeing it again now for Kaden, unfortunately.
Come on.
Matt and I both may or may not have been in similar situations before.
Yes, we have.
In our racing history. Mine actually happened on a pile of tires, though.
Yeah.
Not on a rock.
Mine was.
That's Cody Cayson there in the back trying to help Kaden get just a little bit of traction here, get some tires touching down.
And what sucks is literally that's all it took. Just a tiny bit of little little elbow grease, and it came right off.
Assistance.
Unfortunately, it's assistance. So even though it was just a microscopic amount, it's unfortunately outside assistance, which means his run's over and ends up with the DNF. So such a bummer, but we've seen guys get hung up like that for and able to rock it, downhill, uphill, or just get enough tweak to where they can back up. But dang it, you hate to see that.
Just got to make a little contact with the tires.
Yeah. Yeah, I got hung up on a set of tires as well in Texas one time, and not a great scenario.
It is frustrating when that's the only thing go wrong with your run.
And I think the rest of the course was not that hard. I wasn't really that worried about it. I think it was going to be a pretty nice, smooth run because I've complied both courses at Texas I had finished before, so I wasn't really worried about it.
Sometimes it's the easy stuff that sneaks out on you.
Yeah.
Believe this is Tucker Sessler out on the course now.
Yeah, it's his first time racing with us. Got to talk to him a little bit this morning. He was hanging out with Coy. Was super excited to be here racing with us. Said he's done a little bit of racing in the past, but this is his first time ever racing in a large-scale professional racing series. So we're excited to have him out here.
And he did unfortunately have a DNF on course 1. I think he got a little lost on course.
Yeah, he was definitely not getting stuck there.
He wasn't going to have the same fate as Kaden on that rock.
Yeah. Oh. Getting a little bit of a ledge there. You can see right about that same spot. Looked like it was kicking most of the guys to the kind of bucking it to the right side, but
man, he is working for it.
yeah, again, you can see that dust building quite a bit there, which is kind of frustrating. If you made a couple passes on a ledge, you can't quite get over. Yeah, they were saying, well, our producers are back there saying, we could just get a bunch of water guns and have like a water gun fight tonight, and that would take care of the hill.
I think one way to do it.
It would be. It would be.
I think we need more like 5-gallon buckets out here, though.
I could only imagine how that would end. We start off with a water gun fight. Next thing you know, we had a razor upside down. We're not sure what happened.
Looks like front driver's side is not pulling.
I was just about to say that.
I think that might be the source of his problems right now. As to what the source of the source is,
yeah,
I can't tell from here. We do always appreciate a driver that can recover themselves off the course and drive off for us. That is definitely much appreciated.
Especially while being broken.
Well, the good news is there's still 2 more courses. 2 more chances for Tucker to get finished and get a time for this weekend.
Hopefully, Coy and his crew can get over there and help him get it repaired and come back out and do some racing with us the rest of the weekend.
Yeah, well, either way, he's getting in that race, the seat time, which is always a good thing. We got Jay Stewart's on the line.
Jay and his new rock bouncer, Fortitude. Such a fun and creative name, you know.
Yeah, you guys will be seeing him out here tomorrow in the bouncer class. We'll have all of our classes racing tomorrow and Saturday.
Making a nice smooth run here. Oh, man, kind of getting hung up a little bit there. There must be a rut starting to form there.
Well, we know Jay is not going to stop
Yeah.
for any rut or ledge. Speaking of getting stuck on top of rocks before, too, we've seen that happen from poor Jay at West Virginia.
Wow.
That was rough.
That was an expensive weekend for him. That being said, it was also one of my highlights of the rock bouncing era.
It was entertaining.
His buggy sounded so good. I literally took my headset off and just listened to his buggy holler through the whole woods, or echo through the holler in the woods. It was so incredible. His buggy sounded so amazing. Unfortunately, it did put
until it didn't.
Yeah, it put a few pistons through the pan, but that's a 139.233 for Mr. J. Stewart's. Yeah, it put a few rods to the pan, but it was an awesome sound.
Here we go now with Scotty Harden.
And you can see that dust just absolutely getting kicked up out there.
If you're just tuning in and wondering what's going on here, well, welcome to Hillside Live. We have completed Course 1 for our UTV Stock, Teen, and Cup classes. We are working on Course 2 now for Stock. We are about a third of the way through Course 2 right now with Scotty Harden out on the course. We are racing this weekend at Wildcat Off-Road Park in East Bernstadt, Kentucky, and this is finals for the NRRA. That's why we're racing on a Thursday. We've got 3 days of racing to try and get all these courses completed for all of our classes. Thank you to our online audience, our folks tuning in with us on Rock Racing TV YouTube channel, and to our television audience, everyone joining us on Power Sports World. Hope you guys are enjoying the racing action along with Matt and I.
Looks like Scotty had pretty good work of that uphill section. Now we've seen a couple guys kind of get hung up there.
Yeah, it was pretty smooth.
Woohoo!
Let's check that time. .338 for Scotty Harden. Fastest time right now on Course 2 is still Cody Cayson, 75.5. That one's going to be tough to beat.
Daniel Heckley leaning in, giving Brandon Davis some pointers there before he takes off. I have no doubt it was some joke about shaving their heads, whoever loses or something, probably.
They do like to make their wagers, those two.
Their side bets are always amazing. Usually they make some joke about, like, don't hit it like a sissy. Go out there and be a man, you know.
I'm sure that's what Daniel told him.
Yeah.
We'll be seeing Brandon tomorrow in the bouncer class as well.
So Brandon Davis, for those of you who sold Menace, and he is racing his UFO chassis. He raced, I think the first race he just strictly was the last race we had. But he's had it for a few runs. He's raced it, I think, twice now in Ultra 4.
I think this is his third race. Third race with it. I think Hawk Pride. He had a Hawk Pride, didn't he?
Yeah, he did.
Hawk Pride and then Rush Springs.
Yeah, Hawk Pride.
So this will be our third one watching him in UFO.
Because he rolled over and smashed his exhaust on the first course. And he's like, don't worry, I'll fix it when I get home. I'm like, okay. He said, I will take care of that. I said, I believe you. He seems like a get-it-done kind of guy. If there's a problem, I think he will get in there and fix it.
Well, he's been racing since 2015 in the UTV class and 2016 in the bouncer class with us, so definitely got plenty of experience behind the wheel. .377, Mr. Brandon Davis. We've got Robert Trainer on the line now. Only 10 points behind Cody Cayson now. And we know that Cody's hard to catch. He's got the fastest time right now with a 75.5. These two are battling it out for that championship this weekend. No pressure, Robert.
No pressure, Robert. Yeah, go, baby, go. Nice and smooth run there. Again, Cody had such a fast and blistering run. It's going to be hard to match that.
Yeah, I do think Cody had the faster downhill.
Yeah.
Well, we'll find out. Let's check that time.
Ooh.
82.594 for Robert Trainer.
I get a quick time,
an
but
awesome
not
run.
enough.
That's a second place time right now, but yeah, not quite enough to catch up to Cody. Looks like Coy Chapel on the line now. Coy had a third-place finish on Course 1. He's also coming into the weekend third in points.
And he's definitely going to try to hang on to that and end up on that podium for the season. He's another guy who comes out just ripping out of that starting gate. And I'm not going to say the teal and white makes me a fan, but it definitely didn't hurt him, okay? I also love that golden roll bar. Just such a clean look, so sharp.
Coy's another one of our Middle Tennessee drivers. Got a nice base.
Yeah.
In the Middle Tennessee, between Middle Tennessee and Kentucky, we've got a nice base of drivers. Both.
There is, which is good. So that way if we're racing there, we break down. Somebody somewhere has a friend that's close.
There's a good chance that someone in that radius can help you out.
They know a guy who knows a guy who can at least get you towed to a gas station or a garage or something. And help replace that fuse, whatever. I was, Coy posted a picture on a Snapchat the other day, and it was out at a local county fair racing his side-by-side. And it was his side-by-side sitting next to a Lamborghini. And I was like, I said, we're not the same. Our friends are not the same.
Tomato?
Yeah. That's an 84.436 for Coy Chapel.
And that's also a third-place time currently here on Course 2 for the stock class.
Yeah, I snapped him back, and I was like, I got an 89 Honda out back. How's that look? He started giggling. I said, whose car was that? He goes, it's a buddy of mine. He drove it up there, and it was just so cool to see this, a beautiful Lamborghini and then like a rugged side-by-side sitting side-by-side. It looked kind of, you could tell it was definitely two different up and ends of the spectrum. Very cool. I thought it was one of Timmy's dirt track races because in a way he'll go to it. Coy will go to it, check them out. They go and support each other, which is kind of cool.
Yeah.
It's kind of neat to see guys supporting each other in different events. Like I said, I went to that Midwestern Rock Bouncer shootout up in Wisconsin. Nick Reich and his crew helped put that together, his foiling club. It's kind of like a county fair type event.
Those are always fun.
It's a lot of fun. It was because I thought it was a county fair and this was just one event at the county fair. And it wasn't. this is the event. Everybody shows up just to watch that. The crowd comes out. We made little baggies and I put some of my sponsors merch in there and like little, keychains and koozies and stuff and put some candy in there and stickers and threw those out to the fans. And it was a really, really good time.
Nice.
Hometown crowd feel, a lot of fun. They also had a tough truck challenge.
Yeah.
Which is like a beater class that just goes over some of the same jumps. And those guys were sending. They brought over 40 of them showed up.
Oh, goodness.
And you could tell some of them left the junkyard and are going straight back.
That's probably the most fun.
Oh, yeah. All right. Justin Holback here. Again, Justin does side-by-side racing as well as he races a bouncer in the unlimited class, or the limited class, and then runs our youth program. He does a great job with that. And we have a lot of dads out there that also support it, helping guide everybody.
Yeah, we definitely have to give Justin the shout-out. He's often, when he's not racing, he's helping at the starting line. He also had made up safety checklists for all of our drivers to go through. Like Matt said, he's a huge part of our youth class. He helps pick out the courses for them and has, besides his own two kids racing in the youth class, also helps get everybody else wrangled up and organized, and he and his wife Haley are a real big part of that. So we definitely appreciate all that the Hobacks do for the series.
Yeah, they definitely do a lot to support the sport. His wife is very kind. She makes our little driver sheets up for us, helps keep us on track on the weekends. We always appreciate those. I always send the driver's list to you and her like right away to be like, hey, thank you.
Matt does our drawings on the Sunday before each race, so he's privy to the list right away. $94.245 for Justin Hoback.
What was Clyde saying? I heard we have somebody broken. Clyde goes, tell him to hurry and get it fixed.
In case they weren't already.
Yes, yeah.
Think of that. You never know.
That's the good news is if you're in the pits thrashing, you're going to have 8 dudes helping you do it, no matter what you're working on. We have a lot of guys who work on their own stuff, so it is really handy to have 2 or 3 other guys come over and they're like, oh, that's a 7 mil. Here you go. You're like, actually, that's so creepy that you knew that, but thank you. Like, I appreciate it.
Looks like we've got Bert Savvy on the line now.
Again, Bert comes out and does quite a bit of hardcore racing with us this year. Always a guy definitely down to send it. Again, watch these guys just rip up through, through the uphill and then through the downhill section. It's just, they're doing such a great job. Again, making sure you're keeping track of the course. He's also got a very unique cage on this. Woo!
Well, I think Bert got more views for his first time racing with us than maybe anybody else ever has it in one race, or at least in their first race.
I think he definitely holds that title.
There's a superlative award for you right there.
Yeah, most views for your first race.
I'm sure that's not exactly what he was going for when he basically totaled the front end
pretty
on
much.
that tree stump at Windrock.
Yeah, it crushed the bulkhead. Again, that was like the skinniest pedal award.
But we are glad that he came back out and has finished out the season with us. Along with his daughter Aubrey, racing in the youth class.
And again, like I said, I talked about this a little bit about it earlier, that he was in such great spirits when he came to the second race. Was just so encouraging and great to see him.
103.918 for Bert Sebi. Cohen Ellison in the race line starting gate now. Cohen is sitting 5th in points coming into the weekend. He also had a 5th place finish at our last race at Rush Springs Ranch.
I also love how all the Ellisons have like the same color scheme, the same livery, same wraps. It looks very cool, and I'm sure it looks really neat lined up in their house. All the race rigs lined up. It's like this is our race program and all our race cars.
The fleet.
Yeah, the fleet. I love it. The dad's there. He's like, "What do you do?" I fix things.
Well, he must have been doing some fixing during the time in between courses, because Cohen had broken something. We couldn't quite tell what, but I know that his tire was leaning further than it was supposed to. The camber was a little too much.
Yeah.
Glad to see they were able to get it rolling the right way and come back for course 2.
And again, was still able to limp it through and get a finish out of the first course too, which is again super awesome. That's talked about, getting 10 points versus 31. That's a big difference.
Well,
I heard it. It sounded like it popped out of gear, but he may have broke a belt. He was driving along, and I heard it like rev up. A lot of times like you bump it neutral, and it revved up like that, and so. I can't tell if it's running or not.
Looks like we have a recovery inquiry.
Yeah.
Going on.
A lot of recovery crews either have a neon yellow, a neon orange, or a vest on. We got some cool recovery shirts made up earlier this year. Said recovery crew and on big letters for them. Very cool. And you got Keith out there pulling up, seeing what's going on. Luckily, he's on the straightaway, so they could just turn left and head right down the straightaway. Unfortunately, if they can't get it going again, but again, hate to see that.
Man, especially being top 5 for the season right now.
And again, there's enough guys in this class that are definitely trying to claw their way to the top as fast as they can, so. All right, guys, why they get him pulled off course? Unfortunately, it's going to take a minute. So we'll take a quick commercial break, and we'll be back right after these messages.
There's only one tire brand that can call itself legendary. Rebirthed from the depths of Baja and representing decades of racing heritage, Mickey Thompson Tires announces a new American mud terrain legend. This dominating tire is purpose-built for thrill seekers everywhere. The new Baja Legend MTZ. It's time to get what you really want in a tire. Silica reinforced T4 tread compound for enhanced wet performance. Powerply 3-ply construction for sidewall protection and responsive handling. Improved 4-pitch side biters for bold looks and off-road grip. Proven MTZ tread styling for undisputed traction. 35 different sizes, and one is just waiting for your rig. Gear up and roll with the American mud terrain legend, the Baja Legend MTZ.
We are back. Again, it looks like they're getting him pulled off course now. Again, I'm not sure what happened. Again, I don't think I ever heard it start back up, so I'm not sure if he broke a belt or what the issue was. Like I said, it could. We've seen a fuse today, so we really could be about anything. It'll be very interesting to find out. Again, we've had some weird mechanical issues today, so again, a bummer for the Ellison Racing crew. Such an unfortunate afternoon, but luckily Keith's there to get him towed off. All right, we have Dylan Dowler sitting at that race line starting gate. Looks like Keith got him pulled off the course, and the clock is hot. Again, we have seen Dylan out there just ripping on this course before, and the UTV stock class as well as the UTV Unlimited Cup.
We've got just 2 drivers left after
Ooh.
Dylan makes his run for course 2 for the stock class today. Right now, the fastest time on course 2 is still Cody Cayson's 75.5.
Dylan is flying through there. Okay, it's impressive to see how fast these guys are whipping around that corner. Only because my bouncer bouncers don't turn that easily. So to see these guys just whipping that corner is just very impressive.
You need some rear steer, Matt.
I do.
Oh, that was quick. Let's check that time.
That's a 76.530 for Mr. Dylan Dowler.
1 second exactly behind Cody
Wow.
Cayson. Cody with a 75.5 and Dylan with now at that 76.5.
Dang, that's impressive.
And then it looks like Robert Traynor is rounding out our top 3 currently with an 82. Yeah, and that a little extra distance between him and Cody in that championship points chase there. I'm sure that's not what Robert was hoping for today.
Unfortunately. But again, they have 2 more courses left in this finals weekend, so hopefully they can squeak it out. Got Dan Carter in that Rock Life Off-Road stock class UTV. Just ripping out of that race line. We've seen Dan race all kinds of vehicles in different classes. This weekend, he'll be just racing the full body, he said. He said there's so much going on. It was just going to be easier just to race the full body, so that's what we're going to do this weekend.
Well, speaking of Dan racing all kinds of vehicles, he actually started racing BMX bicycles when he was just a little kid, and then his need for speed eventually got him behind the wheel of a UTV back in 2017. He's been a seasoned driver since 2019. So Dan's not afraid to drive whatever is handy.
And he's always done a great job. He's always been very consistent. Had a great run. No.
Oh, no. We're going to have to start calling this Turtle Rock.
For real. Come on, be able to get off there. Oh, there he goes. I bet you he hits that a little different. There you go.
You guys can follow Dan on social media at Dan Carter Racing on the social platforms. He's also got a website, dancarterracing.com. Find out more about his race program there. He's usually putting out some fun content, too, so you guys go check him out.
I know him and Brian Denigan like all kinds of ornery content sometimes.
Mm-hmm. And you mentioned it earlier, but yes, Dan is co-host with Brian on Out the Top podcast.
Out the Top, there we go.
So you guys can give that a listen to if you want to get their perspective on the goings on in the rock racing world. And I'm sure they get into all kinds of stuff on there.
Yeah. They talk about, and the cool thing is that it's not just a bouncer podcast. They talk about our youth section. They talk about our teenagers. They give some pros and cons of the classes, and they talk about the drivers. And they usually give like a winner and they call them the hook, meaning who's got towed away or who had a rough crash or a rough wreck or a mechanical failure. So who's on the hook and who's kind of the winner of the weekend. So it's kind of cool.
All right, Dan Carter through the finish line.
There we go. Ooh.
186.923. for Danger Dan.
Danger Dan. I was hearing some radio traffic about what they might be modifying some courses for later this weekend. So some of our course workers are talking about some of the flag placements. Yes. I like it. I like when Clyde gives us a very wide berth, and it gives us, 50, 75-foot wide area in the course, because then it gives guys a little bit of creativity, and maybe some guys who pre-run the course a little bit, or guys who have a plan. You can kind of pick up a little faster line here or there. I really enjoy that, him giving us a little creativity. Unfortunately, some guys get a little too creative.
Well, there's a fine line between finding the fast line and getting a little out of line.
I like that. There's a very fine line there between creative and...
A lot of lines going on.
There are. There is a very fine line, Bree. That's very accurate. Yes.
All right, this is Daniel Heckley on the line, and I believe he is going to wrap up Course 2 for us here with our Super Grip UTV stock class. The time to beat is still that 75.5 that Cody Cayson laid down right out the gate. After we finish Course 2, we'll have our team class still to run and our UTV Cup class Course 2. So plenty of racing. Oh, no!
Oh, man.
What the Heckley just happened?
What the Heckley?
Oh, man. Okay, I didn't see that coming.
Yeah, me neither. It was kind of coming off one ledge and kind of just caught the edge of the next one. Zach, wake up, let's go. Dang it. I would say he's mad enough right now, he might be able to upright that sucker. All right, we got your Amsoil action shot where they have a little discussion about it right there. Again, coming off that ledge, just barely caught that little lip there and getting the momentum kind of helped carry him over. Dang it.
I'm going to guess that Daniel's as surprised as we were by that.
Yeah. When the Can-Am suspensions are just so soft, they kind of soak everything up so easily. Man, he's like, dang it. Yeah. He's up there like, did I have a contact up here?
We already had one key have to get
but
search and rescue for the key on the hill today. Anything can happen when you're racing.
You hate to see that. Looks like they're going to just grab a few husky fellas and get it flipped back over. Oh, man, it slid on him. Yeah. Yeah.
Somebody hasn't been doing their deadlifts.
For real.
All right, guys, while they continue with that recovery, let's go ahead and take a look at our top 10 results from Course 2 for the Super Grip UTV stock class. Cody Cayson, he was the first one out the gate for Course 2, and nobody was able to catch him with that 75.5. But Dylan got close, coming in second with that 76.5. And then we've got Robert Trainer with the 82, Coy Chappell with an 84, and Justin Hoback rounding out our top 5 with that 94.
Brandon Davis coming in 6th. Bert Savvy coming in 7th. Scotty Harden coming in 8th. Don Curtis coming in 9th. And Jay Stewart's Mr. Ford Man rounding out that top 10.
Well, that's one way to finish the class.
Yeah, not the way he was anticipating it.
Ooh.
Again, I think him trying to trash talk Brandon, maybe it backfired,
he didn't have anything on the line for this race.
Oh, yeah, for real.
Speaking of him and Brandon.
I wonder if there's like a DNF clause. You know, if one of them DNFs or one of them breaks, you know.
Yeah, you lose the bet.
Yeah. Well, I know there was one time that they had a bet and something that I think either somebody broke or something happened, and they said, well, okay, that negates the bet. Yeah, I've seen haircuts, I've seen cash, I've seen all kinds of things. I like when it's more like something you have to do, rather like a haircut rather than cash. I mean, cash is fun, but watching someone get their haircut in the pits after the race is always wax one eyebrow, just rip it off, you know.
Oh, boy.
We have enough ladies here. I think we could probably get that done, you know. We could get some...
get you some strong duct tape and get that done.
Yeah, we do have some duct tape in the trailer. Taylor keeps us stocked up with that. We can grab it, just rip it off real fast there. All right, guys. Why we get the course cleared up? We're going to get our amateur racers ready and take a quick break, and we'll be back right after these messages.
These UTV guys have been pushing the limits for years, and we are keeping up with them, providing them the strongest axle on the planet. Our UTV line uses all 300M components, high-temp synthetic moly grease, to handle the abuse of these short courses or long desert races, whatever these guys are doing. They've been pushing the limits, and we've been keeping up. So the years of development for the Pro Series line with our 300M, we have learned so much. We've taken that technology and we've taken the things out of it that make it, you know, absolutely the strongest and made it the strongest in class for trail use. And we've come out with a Trail Series axle. And that axle is going to be 4340 chromoly steel, all U.S. made, and it is going to be the best in class for your trail. So you don't necessarily have to get the Pro Series. If you're not out here racing, if you don't have 300 horsepower hill killing with these guys, you can get a Trail Series RCV axle and go out and cruise with your buddies with peace of mind that you're not going to break. So for everything UTV, visit us at rcvperformance.com. And for Trail Series, find us at trailseriesaxle.com.
All right, guys, welcome back. This is the first day of racing at finals here at Wildcat Off-Road Park for the National Rock Racing Association. We just wrapped up our UTV stock class, and now we're moving into our amateur class. This is our amateur teen class. It's kind of a go-between our youth class, which is 3 years old to 12 years old. This is kind of a teenage class that goes all the way up to 18 years old, and they'll graduate into our stock or cup class. Kind of a great way to kind of ease them in, going from such a small two-wheel drive car into a big car. And they have been battling it out this season. They have done a great job. Again, not just to mention, we also have some siblings racing in there, so that's kind of fun to see. Looks like we got Josie Northington on that race line starting gate.
Josie had a second place finish on course 1 today. Your top 3 from course 1 were Brantley, Havens, Josie Northington, and Jace Northington.
Josie doing a great job up there battling with her brother all season.
like they got a nice long straightaway here.
Yeah. Ooh.
Oh, she's in a tough spot.
Yeah. That is definitely a pucker factor there. Yeah, that's getting squirrely there.
I'm not sure what's right in front of her, if she can even drive out of that.
Yeah, I don't know.
There might be a little bit of a ridge there.
I think she started to, and it kind of bucked the edge, so... Again, I'm not. She might have caught like something on a tie rod, broke a tie rod or something. Kind of. Maybe the steering is not giving her some fits.
It looks like she decided to maybe wait for some recovery assistance.
Looks like Keith is pulling up there with her.
Ooh, we're keeping Keith real busy today.
We are. He is definitely putting that off-road vehicle through a workout. Looks like they're getting all straightened out. It looks like they're just going to secure a winch to the back of the roll cage there so they can get her straightened back out. Again, I'm not exactly sure why that front end kind of kicked that way, but it definitely went from bad to worse.
Well, while we let them continue recovering, Josie here, why don't you guys check out this content from our friends at Power Sports World, and then we'll be back in just a minute.
There is this extraordinarily unpredictable beauty to backcountry riding. And I think that's what I love so much about BDR is that they give you a ticket to experience that. In our own personal lives, I think that we're able to exact a certain degree of control over the outcome of our own destinies. But backcountry riding involves venturing into the unknown, and you have to relinquish this idea that you're in control of the natural world around you. Riding a BDR comes with perspective-altering experiences of extreme beauty and challenges along the way. For sunshine or for rain, riding one will likely be an experience that you will never forget. This year I rode the Idaho BDR, and during my time on that route, the weather seemed to be a humbling adversary. With lightning and rain in the south and smoke and fire in the north, it was a tough route to navigate. But behind each challenge was a life lesson and an accomplishment that I can carry with me for the rest of my life. After spending 14 days exploring the backcountry and living off of MREs and fighting off mosquitoes, I've since come home to my normal life. And I miss the unpredictable nature of my day-to-day experiences. I miss the wanderlust freedom that I got from being out there. And I'm already in the process of planning my next route. There's a whole world that begins where the pavement ends, and BDR has given us the maps to go and see it.
All right, guys, welcome back. It looks like we have a course clear. They're getting Keith pulled around to the top. It's going to be an amazing day of racing. That was our first racer, which was Joe Northington. Got a kind of sideways on there, and luckily I think did the smart choice, kind of waited for some recovery crew, got her straightened up because that was kind of teeter on the edge, and that's a long way down. Again, I'm a fan of trees. They kind of reach out and grab you, which can wreck you, but they can also stop you from rolling all the way down the hill. So
they can wreck you or they can check you, Matt?
Yeah, yes, they can wreck you or they can check you.
Looks like Caden Schaefer is out on the course now.
Nice smooth work here. Get this our teen and amateur class.
Yeah, Matt, you mentioned it earlier, but our teen class has a little bit of autonomy to kind of decide or weigh in on their courses at least, and decide if they want to include factors of it or certain parts of the course, obstacles, whatever. They have a little bit of that autonomy to it's their class, and it's for them to learn, get experience, get seat time, get comfortable, and gain confidence, while racing. So. I don't know if we'll see them racing the exact same course for all four of their courses this weekend, or if they'll decide that they want to change it up a little bit or not. I think that's kind of the option that's been given to them.
Yeah, that first big drop-off is you got a steep enough. I think I want to make sure I'm going straight down when I head down.
I'm pretty sure that's why Josie decided to wait for some assistance up there. Glad to see Caden was able to make that turn.
Yeah. I think that was a very wise choice. And again, I like that. Being that this is kind of a learning class, kind of like minor league sports. It's a great way to get some experience in and kind of get a good feel for it. And that way, when you're upgrading to more of a pro level class, you feel a little more confident and a little more secure. That's a 109.181. Looks like about a half dozen people in this class. We have, I would say, about 50% female to male ratio in this class. We may even have more girls, I think, than here.
All right, Brantley Haven's leading the line now.
Brantley, Mr. Cowboy Hat himself. He is leading the points right now in this class.
He also had our fastest time on course 1.
Ooh. And he's definitely been getting dialed into this big car.
That's right. These teens are battling out to gain the title of our first ever teen class champion.
Again, Bentley being the first one to ever graduate our youth program to this teen amateur class. I know he would love to add that to that title. Put that on the trophy wall.
$83.021. Jace Northington in the race line starting gate now.
Again, Jace, one of the hard chargers out there.
Jay's coming into the weekend second in points, 15 points behind Brantley, but with the third place finish on course 1 behind sister Josie Northington. Not sure where that's going to leave him with points at the end of today.
Yeah. Yeah, it's always great to see all of our drivers kind of packed in around that race line starting gate, checking everything out, watch them.
Jace Northington on the course. Time to beat is that 83 that Brantley Havens just put down.
Again, that's a super quick time out here. So just the uphill and downhill section just takes such a long time for those long, steep climbs. And again, at the same time, on the downhill section, you want to be quick, but at the same time, you want to be smart.
I feel like there's some life motto in there somewhere, Matt.
Yes, I agree. It's like the old saying in the Baja: you can be tough, but if you're going to be dumb, you got to be tough. And I kind of have to agree. Rock bouncing, it's kind of the same thing.
Oh, a little bit of a bounce off that race line rock, though. Not too bad. .532. That is your new leader on course 2. Moving Brantley Havens with that 83 down to second right now for course 2. Maddie Darnell on the line now.
Again, she was out pre-running the second they got done discussing their course, what they'll be running. I know we had several of our team class run out there real quick and hop in the side-by-side and go make some loops once they finish the drivers' meeting. I know we'll kind of see that again with the bouncers later. I think we'll see some of those guys out doing a little pre-running tonight. We've seen that more and more.
We will.
In previous years, we haven't seen a lot of that, but I feel like the kind of the superstition of you're scared you might break it. We've seen guys slowly easing up and doing more of that. Ben Driscoll's one of the guys getting it there, and obviously he's becoming more confident in his rig, and Wade played around a little bit. Nick does a little bit.
I think the competition is so tight now that, being more comfortable with the course, having done that pre-running, is something that can make the difference for you.
Yeah, and I know Maddie does quite a bit. Maddie Darnell out there on course right now. I know she does a lot of pre-running. I've seen her and her dad come down the night before and kind of go through the course. Sometimes he'll get out and sometimes I'll ride with her. Other times he'll get out and kind of walk in front of her, and he'll be like, "Oh, yeah, you want to be more on this side or more on this side?" Or, and sometimes it's an either or. Like, you can go here, it'll be a little bumpier, but it might be faster. Here's a little safer, it might be smoother, but it takes a little more time. So sometimes they kind of discuss options. It's not just out there practicing the course, but you're also kind of figuring out what maybe the game plan attack going is.
Yeah, it can put you more at ease,
too. Yeah.
Give you more confidence for race day.
That's a 95.929 for Maddie Darnell.
Nice run. Well done, Maddie.
I know we also see that with our youth kids as well. The 3 to 12-year-olds getting out there, and Justin kind of gets his big side-by-side, and they'll kind of follow in a pattern, get it all burned in very well. We have some dads that get out there to help encourage them to keep going in the right direction. So
round third base and keep going.
Yeah, pretty much. Yeah. We could use some of those in the adult class as well. So
it probably wouldn't hurt.
Yeah. Like, no, that way.
Sadie Ellison is on the course now, and she is going to wrap up course 2 for the teen class. Sadie coming into the weekend third in points. Another one of our teen drivers that started out in the youth class.
Hopefully they'll get the water truck out and do a little bit of work tonight, kind of keep the dust down, especially with the big bouncers tomorrow. Get those big tires, big horsepower, kind of churns that dust and dirt up quite a bit. But here at Wildcat, they do a great job helping keep the course and the trails maintained. There we go. Again, we haven't seen as many people have issues going up the rock as we did down the rock. I saw a few side-by-sides sort of get hung up on it.
.537 for Sadie Ellison. And that does conclude course 2 for the Super Grip UTV teen class.
All right. We're going to take a quick commercial break, and we'll be back right after these messages.
All right, so this is our XT tire, and this is the 35, 10, 15. This is the biggest tire that we make for a UTV. And this is the road compound. We have 2 different compounds. As you can see, it's kind of hard to squeeze these together. This is going to last you a lot longer if you're just doing trail riding on asphalt to get to the trails. If you're trailering and you're only going to be on trails, then I would recommend our trail compound. And it's much softer. You grip and grab those rocks really well. That's what the majority of our drivers that we sponsor use the XT trail compound. But we also have our AMP tire. And this is a 6-ply tire. The XT is an 8-ply. It's got really tough sidewalls. And in fact, one of our drivers took first place in the Bounty Series last race in Hot Springs with this tire. So those are the 2 main tires that all racers use. And you can get any of these tires and the wheels that they're mounted on through Rock Life as well.
There's only one tire brand that can call itself legendary. Rebirthed from the depths of Baja and representing decades of racing heritage, Mickey Thompson Tires announces a new American mud terrain legend. This dominating tire is purpose-built for thrill seekers everywhere. The new Baja Legend MTZ. It's time to get what you really want in a tire. Silica reinforced T4 tread compound for enhanced wet performance. PowerPly 3-ply construction for sidewall protection and responsive handling. Improved 4-pitch side biters for bold looks and off-road grip. Proven MTZ tread styling for undisputed traction. 35 different sizes, and one is just waiting for your rig. Gear up and roll with the American mud terrain legend, the Baja Legend MTZ.
Welcome back to Wildcat, everybody. We just wrapped up course 2 for our UTV teen class. A real quick rundown. Jace Northington had the fastest time, followed by Brantley Havens, Sadie Ellison, Maddie Darnell, and Caden Schaefer. And then Josie Northington, unfortunately, was a DNF. That was our teen class. We are ready to move into course 2 of the RCB Axle UTV Cup class. We've got Dylan Dowler on the line, ready to rock and roll. And we are just about to send him.
Again, Dylan has been crushing all season. Again, that super iconic orange UTV wrap. from that Double D Motorsports. No, he has a handful of family out here with us, helping him out, having a good time. Usually pretty good crew with him, which is helpful.
So our top 3 from course 1 was Wade Good with an 80, followed by Cooper Bentley with an 83, and then Dylan Dowler with an 86. So things are looking pretty good. Dylan coming into the weekend third in points, coming off a third-place finish at our last event at Rush Springs Ranch, and a third-place finish on course 1 just a little while ago. Let's see what he can do here with course 2. Matt, would you say that he came in slideways?
Yes.
One of your favorite terms.
Yes. Yeah, Miles loves saying that, slideways. Those guys do a lot of, slide, especially when it's very muddy, making lap after lap. Some of the courses get very muddy, so they'll be coming in hot and steamy there. Okay, tagged a flag a little bit, and so they were saying that you have to get your protractor out and check it to make sure it's good. Again, we've had discussions on what exactly does it mean to hit a flag. Because, a lot of guys bump it or throw rocks at it versus some guys just run one over. I may have run a few over my day.
Yeah, Matt, if you center a tire on it, I think that counts.
Just I ran over one that I can think of that comes to mind. He is flying through this course. That's a 97.909 for Dylan Dowler, kicking us off for that UTV Cup class. Okay, that was included in the flag penalty.
Flag. What was the time? 9-7?
They're saying that was with the flag penalty. Okay.
So that was a smoking fast
that was
run.
A fast time. For being in the 90s, and still that's a 30-second penalty in the 90s. Wow.
Making sure that flag is back upright and safety equipment back in place before we continue.
Yeah, and again, we talk about the flags a lot. Flags are there for a couple reasons. Again, biggest one, making sure everybody is racing the same course, make sure it's fair. But there's a couple other reasons. Another one is because of safety. A lot of times we put flags in certain spots to keep guys maybe slowed down. That way they're going near a crowd. Obviously here, Bree talked about that giant bowl we're watching in. So the crowd is, a quarter mile away from the side-by-side their bouncers. But again, a lot of times safety of the racers as well. So
David Darnell out on the course now. And yeah, it could be not even the crowd, but sometimes there's a stump on course or something that, can't be moved. Yeah. And we want to make sure drivers know that the flag kind of says to check up here.
Yeah.
And, don't just go blasting through. Plus, you guys can see all of our lovely sponsor logos.
Yes. Yeah, our sponsors definitely appreciate that as well. Ooh. Yeah. Anytime I hear a vehicle, I usually assume it, kind of just popped out of gear because it happens quite a bit. In the side-by-sides, guys have linkages that maybe aren't adjusted right, or you're bouncing around so much, your hand can bump it, But I've also seen guys break belts, too, and it kind of sounds the same, but... All right. We're getting word his front end isn't pulling, so, yeah. I say it looks cool, but unfortunately,
I don't think this is a two-wheel drive hill.
The front end is not pulling, and I would agree with Bree. I don't think he's going to pull off a climb in two-wheel drive. We have seen side-by-sides climb courses before in two-wheel drive, and again, a mild course with a light bouncer could probably even do it in a big buggy, but again, it has to be kind of the perfect conditions to make that happen.
Looks like he's calling it quits.
Man, that stinks. Zach. 6-7. Oh my goodness. Oh my goodness. Yeah. I play trivia on Tuesdays with some friends, and like half of them are teachers, so 6-7 is the kids' thing right now. I believe it's Mad Hatter on the side of there.
I think it says most hated, actually.
Most hated, okay.
Although Mad Hatter's not bad either, Matt.
I thought it said Mad Hatter, and I was like, that's kind of a cool name.
Idea for somebody.
Yeah, you could do some cool graphics on there, some cool characters, from Alice in Wonderland,
This is Jason Hall out there. Oh!
Whoa! Holy cow!
Totally sending it.
He just launched that thing into orbit. And again, we talked a little bit about how this thing has a chance to kind of corkscrew you as you're hitting it. We've seen guys roll over just like that. Unfortunately,
that was like a pirouette.
That was
some ballerina acrobatics up there.
Definitely picked up a skinny pedal nominee.
I think that is our first skinny pedal nomination of the weekend.
Yeah, that had to be a rough ride. All right, we got an Amsoil accent shot again. This is going to be a wild ride. Coming up into it, and again, they just carry you do want to carry momentum going into this. Unfortunately, maybe a touch too much momentum.
Hey, Brandon, you think that hurt?
Again, coming in, you can see that bottom kind of carrying a little bit, and just, man. Yeah, man, landing right on that cage. You know he's going to feel that tomorrow.
Yeah, no suspension to help soak that up.
Yeah.
That was rough.
Yeah, dang it. I hear Keith heading up there.
While they work on this recovery, guys, we are going to step away for a quick break. Then we'll come back, and hopefully they'll have Jason back on all four. We'll continue on with UTV Cup Course 2.
There's only one tire brand that can call itself legendary. Rebirthed from the depths of Baja and representing decades of racing heritage, Mickey Thompson Tires announces a new American mud terrain legend. This dominating tire is purpose-built for thrill seekers everywhere. The new Baja Legend MTZ. It's time to get what you really want in a tire. Silica reinforced T4 tread compound for enhanced wet performance. PowerPly 3-ply construction for sidewall protection and responsive handling. Improved 4-pitch side biters for bold looks and off-road grip. Proven MTZ tread styling for undisputed traction. 35 different sizes, and one is just waiting for your rig. Gear up and roll with the American mud terrain legend, the Baja Legend MTZ.
Just want to do another.
Welcome back, guys. We're here at Day 1 Racing in the National Rock Racing Association Finals here in East Bernstadt, Kentucky at Wildcat Off-Road Park. As always, Bree Mulder in the house with me. And again, we are having a great first day. We did have a little bit of a recovery after basically a side-by-side went into orbit. Again, me and Bree were talking a little bit about how sometimes that can kick you a little to the right. He went way, way to the right. Basically did a complete 180-degree somersault in the air and landed upside down. Very cool action shot, for us at least, but unfortunately not the run I think he was won. Looks like they got him put back on all fours. At least that's a pretty easy recovery. You just kind of tip it back over, and again, not the highlight hill he was trying to shooting for, but
you got a highlight reel out of it, though.
We did, yeah. Yeah. Yeah, you get a little bit of smoke there. Again, that happens when you're sitting upside down for a minute, but after a few good revs, I think it'll clear out. Definitely want to top off your oil for the racing tomorrow, but just get rid of some mosquitoes for us. Yeah, piston rings are very well lubricated. All right, we got that AMSOIL action shot.
Yeah, speaking of highlight reels.
Again, you could tell he was coming up and again, you want to bring momentum into it. Unfortunately, he had just
He brought the momentum, all right.
He did. A little too much momentum here. Again, the bottom kind of nice, smooth transition that just kind of barely hit that back tire. Unfortunately, had a little rough ride.
He had more spiral than the footballs that I can throw, Matt.
Yeah. That's a good time. So, hate to see that for him, but very cool shot. At least you get to make the action reel for the weekend. But the good news is he was able to start it up and pull it off. So very, very good run. And unfortunately, not the run he wanted. But now you get a cool highlight reel out of it. So
that's right.
I feel like it's a trade-off.
Better than nothing. Well, we are just a couple of drivers into Course 2 of the RCV Axle UTV Cup right now. Dylan Dowler with our only time so far with a 97.9, and that's actually with the 30-second penalty that he got. So that was a pretty smoking time that Dylan put down. And that means we've got Derek Schaefer on the line now.
All right, looks like that course is clear, and the clock is hot for Derek Schaefer. I love your dad's Sweet Avenger shirt. Kind of jelly. Yeah, something doesn't quite sound right there. I'm not sure if it's kind of some kind of fuel management issue. Again, me and Clyde were talking a little bit before time. There's a handful of things that can cause that. You can see him kind of working towards that corner a little bit more. I know I've had a little more success usually kind of working that corner side. Plus, it doesn't necessarily throw you as much as maybe our first driver that we saw run. So. Ah, dang it.
Yeah, when it sounds like you're making popcorn, That is not ideal.
Yeah, kind of a bummer. You could tell he really wanted to shoot for that corner. All right, Austin did well. Clock is hot. Austin launched out of that race line starting gate. Again.
Oh,
there you go.
All right. We're going to also see Alston racing in the Bounty class tomorrow.
Heck yeah.
He's third in points in Bounty right now. Well, Alston's had a lot of stunt drivers filling in for him this season, too.
We've had a handful of guys have some
Yeah,
stunt drivers
we
on
have.
and off. We've done a lot of trading around with drivers
It's
this
always
season.
good to have some friends that'll
Yeah.
fill in and get you some points.
We've seen all kind of guys swapping in and out.
I just came from a little trip to Gatlinburg and the Smoky Mountains, but I don't think the Smokies have anything on the Dusty Mountain here
for real.
at Wildcat.
All right, see what that time's going to be.
84.919 for Alston Tidwell.
There we go.
Here we go with Dustin Medley.
It's always you're gonna. Oh, who's up next? Oh, I hear it. Never mind. I know. So get dusted in this monster truck looking UTV. Ooh, there we go. Nice launch. Sure, it almost looks kind of like feeling like an Ultra 4 car, kind of.
Was that a flag at the corner though that he took out?
Using that rear steer, there got a little crazy with it. Yeah, I say this UTV looks kind of like an Ultra 4 car.
Whoa!
Wow.
They drives it like an Ultra 4 car.
Definitely soaking up some of those ledges. Again, Bree was talking this morning when she drove in, saw some of these ruts, and those, they do not give at all.
No. The ruts take you where they want to take you.
Yeah. I have broke steering parts on ruts like these before my bouncer, so I take them very serious.
They are large and in charge.
That's a 109.265 for Dustin Medley. Yeah, again, that was including that 30-second flag penalty.
So right now, Alston Tidwell has our fastest time of an 84, and our other two drivers to have completed the course have both had a flag penalty.
Man. Again, just a silly mistake cost you 30 seconds. All right.
Cooper Bentley pulling up to the line.
That iconic blue wrap over there.
Cooper coming into the weekend second in points, only 9 points behind Cody Cayson.
9 points. That's crazy. 9 points between first, and there's 200 points available just this weekend alone, and there's 9 points separating first and second place.
Cooper had a second place finish on course 1.
Ooh.
So I'm sure where that leaves things right now.
Yeah.
He has definitely tightened up the point spread, though.
So yeah, that'll be very interesting to see how that shakes up. Okay, so I'm getting word that Clay is still hanging on to the lead by a few points. So, oh man, you know Cooper's going to come out and set this on fire. Again, Cooper in second place right now by a few points. Again, you know that has to add a little extra edge to the racing, intensity. Knowing that there's just a few points to separate first and second. I'm sure third is, again, seeing these points getting shaken up. They're nipping on your heels. Top 3, top 5 have been so competitive all season in all the classes.
Well, especially because Wade Good had the fastest time on course 1 today, and he is not even in the top 5 for UTV Cup.
Oh,
no.
Sounds like I just popped out of gear. Dang it.
Apparently that's something that this buggy is prone to doing, and has been causing problems for Cooper, as we just saw. Man.
Dang it. Man.
But luckily for Cooper, with that 72.893, that still puts him in the lead currently on course 2.
Man, dang it. You hate to see that guy have a smoking time and then just pop out of gear.
Hey, well, he's still got the fastest time right now. We'll see how it compares to the rest of the field of drivers, though. We're maybe about halfway through, maybe a little less than halfway through course 2 right now for the UTV Cup class. And it looks like we've got Jesse Phillips on the line. And wasted wages, or as I like to say, well-spent wages.
Yes.
Here's our current top 5 on course 2. Cooper now in the lead, followed by Alston Tidwell. Then we've got Dylan Dowler and Dustin Medley, both with a flag penalty that set them back a little bit. And then David Darnell, unfortunately, was a DNF.
Okay. Yeah, I say Cooper completed it, of course, got the time, but it sounded like kind of chunky. I don't know if he's having a transmission issue or just maybe it's a shifter linkage or what the deal is. But
well, at any rate, they're going to go ahead and pull him off the course. Luckily, he was able to get through the finish line.
Yeah, that's huge. Again, especially being only a few points behind second place. I mean, being a few points behind first place, that's super important. So I don't know the vehicle. Looks like they might have a late night tearing some apart and putting them back together. That's funny. Wade Good standing there on the back of it, trying to literally work on it's fine, we can take it apart, no big deal. Yeah. Yeah, Wade is like a few points behind Nick Reich in the Bouncer Championship and is literally helping fix side-by-sides, in the UTV class.
Well, man, that's one of the best things about this sport. We talk about it a lot, but that's because it's true. It's the camaraderie along with the competition. Everyone out here is competitive. They want to, obviously come out here, drive fast, be on top of the podium. But at the end of the day, too, the camaraderie is what really I think makes this sport and this series special. Everyone's hanging out. They're helping each other fix things. They're, swapping parts and tools and staying up late working on their vehicles together. And that's what really sets us apart from a lot of other sports out there.
Yeah. And you can clearly see this, Yeah. Yeah. That's like first, second, and third right there. Just hanging out all in the same shot. We'll let Cooper get it limped a little bit more out of the way. And then we'll resume our racing here at Hawk Pride Off-Road Park. I'm sorry, Wildcat Off-Road Park.
The other animal name.
Yeah, the other animal. Yeah. All right, clock is hot. Again, I love that shot there. Kind of shows all the racers in the backgrounds, all the pits set up.
Jesse Phillips is on the course. Oh, no.
I'll say after that first big launch, I think we'll see guys be a little bit more timid. Yeah.
A nice vertical right there.
Yeah, anytime you see the buggy like straight inverted, why it's, the wheels pointed straight to the sky and he just barely creeps forward.
Uh-oh.
Ooh, these drop-ins are just so steep. And then they're going up and down these now. So very, very cool to see. And again, some of these guys are doing a really great job at it. Jesse's got a nice smooth run going here.
That's a 1:30.239 for Jesse Phillips.
All right, clock is hot. We got Martin Stewart launching out that race line starting gate. Get a nice smooth transition there.
That was a nice soft landing.
Yeah. Can you hear that nice throttle control there?
Whipping around that corner.
See what that time's going to be. That's a 77.631 for Martin Stewart.
Ooh, that's a second place time right
here
now.
Here we go. I say he had a nice, just smooth run. Nothing crazy, nothing wild. Just nice, smooth transitions. Good landing.
So Cooper Bentley is still in the lead with that 72. Now followed by Martin Stewart and then Alston Tidwell. Those are your top three right now on course 2. But I see Cody Cayson sitting on the line. Our current points leader by just a couple of points ahead of Cooper after course 1. Coming off a fresh win from our last event at Rush Springs Ranch. We'll see what he can do here with course 2. Course 1 didn't quite go according to plan.
There we go. You can see kind of slowed way up going into it, then just kind of ease the gas in, let it land, and take back off again. Nice, smooth transition. Wow,
this is going to be a fast time.
Man, this might be our new leader. Wow. Gosh.
62.685 for Cody Cayson. That is definitely our new leader here on course 2.
That is flying.
That was 10 seconds faster than Cooper.
That's what I was just looking at. That is 10 seconds ahead of second place.
Did have a little pause when he came out of gear, though.
Yeah. Still, to be 10 seconds ahead, I mean, that's incredible.
All right, guys, we've got just a handful of drivers left here for course 2. Cody Cayson just put himself squarely in the lead. Madison, unfortunately, was our first rollover of the day on course 1.
Oh, man.
Hopefully we're going to see her crossing the finish line this time.
So we've seen Madison roll over right there as well, launch out and kind of land. So I think she was trying not to send it too hard. Be a little more conservative.
We needed a moderate send, not a full send.
Yes. Just a nice, cute, moderate send. You know, nothing crazy.
Woohoo! Nice.
That's a 98.905 from Madison King.
Not bad at all. Looks like we've got Matt Myrick on the line now. Man, hopefully he was able to get figured out whatever was the gremlins that were causing his problems earlier on course 1. Here we go with Matt Myrick on the course. He calls this one knucklehead.
Yeah, I could see that. I say he kind of kicked a little bit, but landed pointing right in the direction he needed to go, so it kind of worked out in his favor. He's making smooth work of this thing.
He's got a really good run going.
There we go.
.613. That is a second place time right now on course 2.
Wow.
Nicely done. That means Cooper
Yeah.
Bentley moved down to 3rd place now on course 2. We've got Alex Van Hart now on the line.
Nice smooth run there. I thought that was going to be a lot more of a launch out. You know, bigger chassis, bigger tires. I thought he was going to send it just a little bit harder. But nice smooth, a very moderate send as well.
He took his spare tire off.
Yeah.
He thought he didn't need it.
I'd say I've seen some guys do it just because of, for roll factors. They have that on the back, so it helps kind of unturtle them, if you will, during the roll. I have a little wider, taller chassis for that same reason. And helps if you start to roll, can kind of help keep the momentum going, cutting you back on all fours. It's worked in my favor a few times. Sometimes not so much. Again, I think having these bigger tires here really through these big dropouts, I think it really helps.
You don't want to miss your turn now when you get right to the finish line.
Yeah, get all the way there.
.556 for Alex Van Hart. All right, we've got Wade Good now. Wade had the fastest time on course 1. But since he didn't even step in, he's running for Ethan Hunt's place in the Cup class. Wade's not even in the top 5 coming into the weekend, but he he might be shaking it up a little bit, at least for the weekend. Time to beat right now is the 62.6 that Clay Cayson put down.
I think he might just come in for the trophy for the weekend. Show up, take home a finals trophy. Because he could do that. Come in, upset the apple cart a little bit. We've seen Timmy do that before. It was 2002 at finals. He came in and won all 4 courses. Kind of showcased
22?
Yeah. .396. Wow. Not quite enough to knock Clay from that top spot, but a smoking fast time from Wade Good puts him in second now for course 2. Clay with a 62.6, Wade with a 63.3. And we've got Braden Upchurch rounding out course 2 for the RCV Axle UTV Cup class for us. That shake and bake wrap on there. All right, we're getting word we're going to have DC Thompson after. Yeah, you can see the dust getting kicked up a little bit here. Getting Braden, no Church Star Racing Series. He's been out battling as a season driver for quite a while. He's got this is his new chassis. I believe Nathaniel Bell built this one. Pretty sure it's Nathaniel Bell, I think.
Yes, Nathaniel Bell built this one.
It's a little wider, and the shoulders, a little taller headroom, a little kind of more square at the top than some of the triangle ones we've kind of used to seeing. So, again, I think it kind of helps with rollover ability, meaning help get you back on your tires if you're rolling over. So, I kind of like a little bit more headroom, a little bit more protection for the driver compartment.
Woo!
Woo! Getting a little squirrely with there. It always feels good when you come into finals, get some good points, get some first courses under your belt. Helps get your confidence up for the next couple of rough courses. There you go. That's a 108.998. Mr. Braden Upchurch. I know his family is usually here cheering him on. Mom and Dad are usually in the crowd somewhere.
So apparently DC is going to go ahead and run course 2.
Okay.
In the 4-seat Can-Am.
Cool.
I think I heard he was planning to run course 1 in Jesse Riley's buggy, but Jesse was the one that just pulled straight through the line and off the course, so clearly was having some issues. So DC missed course 1. but he's here and
Yeah.
ready to go for course 2.
Yeah, heck yeah. Again, not necessarily maybe something we're used to seeing in our Unlimited Cup series.
Not
but
only did he miss course 1, he's running the Cup class in
Yes.
this stock 4-seater.
I love it. Yes.
Hey, you can't discount the 4-seaters now.
There we go.
They're quite capable.
Yeah, not bad.
Come on, DC.
Making it kind of look pretty smooth, actually. Again, uphill and downhill. Again, that longer wheelbase, I think, makes it a little easier.
Oh no!
Oh, no.
That longer wheelbase
No.
might have just become his kryptonite.
Oh no! No.
The good thing is he's on dirt, not rock,
Yes.
so he might be able to
Rock it back
wiggle
and
his
forth
way out of
enough.
this. Oh no!
No.
He better start bouncing up and down.
Yes, dang it. Dang it. That is a super steep hill to be stuck on right there. Dang it. Oh, my goodness. Oh, boy.
Oh boy!
You can see him wiggling it.
Well, do we expect anything less from DC?
Yeah, man. Oh, my goodness. He is doing everything he can to get that side-by-side over there. I like that you can see Keith's American flag just going across the bottom of the screen. Oh, man.
Oh, DC.
He's like, ah! Oh, that's awesome.
If he gets back in and finishes the race.
That would be so awesome. Only DC. Wow.
That's the first time we've ever seen that kind of self-recovery.
Yeah.
Between that and losing the key on the course today.
For real. It's been a very interesting day.
It's been interesting.
It's really got a little...
Well, apparently he still has a minute left.
Yeah. And really, one downhill and a little bit of uphill action. That's about it.
Don't get stuck
Yeah.
again, DC.
There he goes. I say he has to do kind of the same thing again. No.
Oh, my goodness.
No. He's like, no.
Oh, DC.
seriously. 2 hills.
Think this
2
is like
hills in a row.
the definition of didn't learn your lesson.
For real. And that's a super steep drop off. Here we go.
Deja vu.
Like, you could do it, little buddy. It's going. It's going. Oh, that's hilarious.
He's got to go chase it down now.
Oh, my goodness. Yeah.
I don't
That
think anybody
is
else but
awesome.
DC would be providing this kind of entertainment for us right now.
That is so great.
It's okay. I was like a panel delete back there.
Yeah, for real. Like, you can do it, little buddy. Oh, my goodness.
If he gets turtled on the raceline rock
For real.
now,
I don't think you can push it up over that rock. Here we go.
don't stop, DC.
There he goes. Oh, no.
Get that thing around the corner, DC. Come on. Is his front driver not pulling?
Oh, man, it's so close. Come on.
Oh.
No. No. Oh, man. All that. Ugh. Jeez Louise.
All right, guys. This was the halftime show that we all put together for you. Thanks for participating, DC.
Yes. Yeah. Wow.
Cody's like, I don't even know what to tell you, dude.
Cody's like,
what do you want me to do?
Good job, buddy.
Oh, my goodness.
That is hilarious. Okay, we have an Amsoil action replay.
Which part?
Maybe 3.5 minutes long here. I don't know. Okay, this is the rollback. Wow.
Bless his heart. That's about all you can say about that.
Really? Yeah. Bless his heart. Dude, that's hilarious.
I think that's like most tenacious or something for the day.
Yes. Gosh, that was awesome. I love it. And again, that's like the little engine that could. He was just trying so hard, you know.
All right, guys. Well, that wraps up course 2 in a spectacular fashion. So let's go ahead and take a look at our top 10. This is just from course 2. Cody Cayson with that 62.6 staying in the lead, followed by Wade Good running for Ethan Hunt's spot there with that 63, and then Matt Myrick in the third place spot there. Cooper Bentley 4th, Martin Stewart rounding out top 5.
Austin Tidwell coming in 6th, Dylan Dowler 7th. Alex Plant in 8th, Madison King in 9th, and Braden Upchurch rounding out that top 10. Again, very, very competitive course, and we saw a lot of surprises as well. Wow. Very, very interesting day for that course.
A little bit of a shakeup for our top 5, too,
Yeah.
there.
All right. It sounds like we're getting our stock class lined back up, and we are going to knock out course 3 for those guys.
Yeah, we've still got some daylight here at Wildcat, And with all the racing that we've got to do in the next, the 2 days following this, I think we figured we'd go ahead and get course 3 out of the way for stock class while we can.
I know we have some long recoveries potentially with some of our big rock bouncer classes. So, again, some of those take a little longer than just flipping back over on the wheels. Yes.
All right,
Dan
so
Carter.
This is course 3 for the Super Grip UTV stock class. Dan Carter is going to start us off. Our top 5 from course 2 real quick was Cody Cayson, Dylan Dowler, Robert Trainer, Coy Chappell, and Justin Hoback. That was from course 2.
And again, we normally kind of are a little more liquid, a little more fluid with some of the courses we have out here. So we try to kind of keep everything going. There are a few guys I heard that are broke. They will still be allowed to attempt course 3 tomorrow after they work on their rigs. Because again, we kind of initially only have planned for course 1 and course 2. So they still will be if you have somebody that's broke and they clutch or something, they're still going to let them try course 3 tomorrow. But the guys that are still running, we're going to go ahead and try to squeak them all in, and that way we can get ready and kind of get a jump start on the weekend.
Yeah, we're just working ahead a little bit here.
Trying to,
Getting some of the assignment done ahead of time.
Yes. We're trying to knock out that assignment a little early. Trying to use our time wisely, as my teachers would say.
Well, it is a beautiful evening here at Wildcat. You know, the temperature is cooling off a little bit. Sun's starting to head down. It's a good time for racing.
Yeah. I see literally like a handful of side-by-sides over there getting worked on, so that's not good.
Somebody's going to be busy.
Yeah,
between now and tomorrow morning.
I'm pretty sure there's a Cheddar's in town that we've eaten out here before.
Don't start talking about dinner yet, Matt.
I'm just saying they have
still got some racing to do.
They have a Cookie Monster that's pretty amazing.
Take this time to say thank you to our audience for joining us here on Hillside Live today, to our online audience joining us on our Rock Racing TV YouTube channel, and to our television audience for joining us on Power Sports World. Hope you guys have all been enjoying the racing action, the day 1 racing action here at Wildcat for the NRRA Finals. We'll be back at it tomorrow morning at about 9 a.m. Eastern time, so we're going to get started bright and early. We got lots of racing to do. That's going to be the same schedule for tomorrow and for Saturday. We'll have all of our classes racing, so you guys will be able to catch the big bouncers, limited, youth, bounty. We're going to get everybody out
all the
here.
classes. Ooh, we're hearing word that Daniel Heckley is out in the stock UTV class.
For the rest of the courses.
I'm not sure what he broke.
We'll still see him in the bouncer tomorrow.
Yeah,
but
unfortunately he's out of the stock UTV. That stinks. Yeah, he broke I think he broke something last year in his big bouncer. Had somebody like overnight it, and they drove all night to get here from Perryville and brought some parts.
That sounds about right.
I think it was his father-in-law. Father-in-law brought a bunch of parts overnight and came here and
so Daniel had that surprise rollover down the hill on course 2. Apparently busted the radiator.
Yeah, that's kind of crazy. Yeah, I think it was maybe it was his father that brought parts. They brought parts and drove him overnight to get there. There's something for a hydraulic. One of his pumps back up. It was a power steering pump or something went bad, locked up, or seal went bad. So he lost steering, I think, for the rear. And they drove all night, got the parts here, and they were literally like buttoning it up as we were starting our driver's meeting.
Yeah, I remember that.
They pulls and he's like, I'm here.
Just to keep things exciting.
Yeah,
you know. We like a little drama.
Yeah, we don't want to get too we try to keep things exciting as possible, right?
And when things get too easy out here, we just send DC out.
Yeah, very exciting. All right, it sounds like the course clear, all the people are clear. I think all right, looks like once Zach is going to be clear, he's going to have a clear race course, and Mr. Dan the Man is ready to take off.
All right, once again, this is course 3 for the Super Grip UTV stock class, and we've got a few drivers that are out due to breakage. They're going to get the chance to run course 3 tomorrow, but we wanted to get a little head start since we have so much racing to do here this weekend, and we've still got some daylight. It's a nice night here at Wildcat, so we're going to go ahead and send the ones that we can from the stock class and let them go ahead and run course 3. So Dan Carter out there making his way around right now.
Yeah. We were hearing some radio traffic. They were saying something might be wrong with Dan's belt. So. Looks like Dan's getting hung up a little bit there. Again, there's maybe some ledges up there. They're getting kind of worn in pretty good. Okay.
So it sounds like Dylan Dowler is going to be our only stock driver to do course 3 tomorrow. He needs time to fix some breakage.
Yeah, we've seen a lot of that today, but most of it's been weird stuff. It's not like, transmission, motor, axle. Like, it's not the stuff you think you'd
We haven't even had a flat tire yet, have we?
Yeah, I don't
think we have.
Yeah. Broken wheel, lost a key, blew a fuse. Not your normal stuff you'd see from, like, side by side.
No.
Again, Dan did say coming this weekend, his goal was just to finish all 4 courses.
Well, he's 3 out of 4 right now.
159.417 for Mr. Dan the Man Carter. Again, finishing 3 of the 4. He's just trying to get some points on the board.
He's 75% of the way to his goal right now.
He's feeling it. I'm not sure exactly what was wrong with the buggy, but he is definitely being able to knock these courses out.
Looks like Cohen Ellison on the line now. Cohen came into the weekend 5th in points overall, but then unfortunately did have that DNF on course 2.
Nick and the Ellison Racing crew are all here this weekend. I love that they all wrap their stuff the same. Then you get like a semi and just pack them all in there. It's like a clown car. They pull in, they start unloading vehicle after vehicle. So it looks like the stock guys are having a lot of fun out there. Oh, man. Can you see that front end kind of pop up in the air? Come on, get up there. Just thrashing going down the hill as well. Front end just soaking up most of that. Again, these stock machines just do so much.
It really is amazing how capable the UTVs are.
Yeah.
These days, they've come really far in the last few years.
Yeah, again, just like I said, you know, a little bit of suspension work, decent set of rims and tires, and you can be out there just crushing it.
$121.820 for Cohen Ellison. Now we've got Bert Sevy on the line.
Sounds like we're trying to get a course clear over here.
There's definitely something wrong with Cooper's buggy.
Yeah.
He's trying to drive across the course now, and
I seen Wade down there working on it earlier, and I don't know if he's trying to get it back to camp so they can start tearing it apart or what the deal is. But they were definitely working on it quite a bit.
He was trying to get it up the hill and had to turn and come back to get off course so we could send Bert Sevy now. It looks like Cooper will have his work cut out for him tonight, too.
Again, Bert doing a great job, always keeping it exciting for us. Watching that kind of come down those sections, are definitely, we've seen some side by side take some abuse today.
Well, Bert's making it all look pretty smooth right now. Except,
I was thinking.
I think he missed.
I was thinking he had to come down one more.
Last ledge there.
Ooh.
Oh.
I've come down there before when I need to go straight, and I've also went straight before when I need to turn there. You know, since we've raced this park for quite a while, that was a 102.015 for Bert Sevy. Again, we've raced here so many times, and Clyde's, chopped the course up in so many different ways. After sometimes you get confused. You're like, wait, do we turn here or go straight this time? Again, we were teasing Brandon Davis back when he used to race, bouncer and side-by-side stock and the Cup class, UTV Cup class. He's like, 3 courses is too much.
That is a lot to keep up with.
It's a lot to keep up with.
Justin Hoback on the line now.
They're just out there getting it. Justin just kind of sending it there. Again, you can definitely tell where what ledge is by how hard he's getting on the gas there. Like his little chase bar there. Can I help you letting him know where he's at?
Yeah, everybody's disappearing into the dusty mountains here.
Yeah. Again, we really haven't seen that much carnage today as far as just true crashing, tearing up stuff.
No, we haven't.
Seen just a lot of weird stuff when we have a handful of buggies getting pulled back.
.206 for Justin Hoback. Coy Chapel on the line.
Coy ripping out of that raceline starting gate.
So far today, Coy has had a 4th place finish and a 3rd place finish.
Again, trying to push his way up to that podium for sure.
After Coy's run, we are halfway through with course 3 for the Cup class. Stock class. Sorry, guys. Said Cup class.
Coy is just thrashed into this downhill section again, making that side-by-side do some work.
Let's check that time.
That's a 75.233 for Coy Chapel.
And that is our current fastest time here on course 3. We'll let the dust settle a little bit before we send Robert Trainer off the line.
Our Mickey Thompson Mountain looks like it has fog all over it almost.
There's the Dusty Mountains for you guys to check out. You've heard of the Smoky Mountains. You might have heard of the Misty Mountains. These are the Dusty Mountains.
Dusty Mountains.
Robert Trainer is battling for that championship position, coming into the weekend second in points. Already closed the points gap a little bit on Cody Cayson.
And he has been driving his heart out here lately. Yeah, you can definitely see the dust just getting totally kicked up.
Time to beat right now on course 3 is that 75.2 that Coy just put down. Let's see how Robert did. 83.204 for Robert Trainer. That's a second place time right now.
I mean, the dust is really starting to linger right now.
Here we go with Brandon Davis.
A little Can-Am that could. /Can. Brandon going with that iconic orange and black. Yeah, it's kind of like a talcum powder almost. I know Dyersburg would get that way. That little lip at the top of Dyersburg where you have the big hill. It like you could step on it. It'd sink up to your knee almost. It was so much fun, though. The buggies, especially the high horsepower ones, would get about 3/4 way up the hill, and they literally would be wide open throttle, and they wouldn't go 1 inch farther up the hill. It was so cool to see. Whipping around that corner. Getting that Can-Am just soaking up those ledges.
Can see that the dust is even affecting the cameras being able to focus. That's how dusty it is out here right now. It's not slowing down Brandon, though. You know what we haven't said in a while, Matt? Let's go, Brandon.
What, Bree? That's 77.607 for Mr. Brandon Davis.
Second place time. Now Coy Chapel still hanging on to the lead with that 75, now followed by Brandon Davis with the 77. Scotty Harden on the course now.
He's got to have a nice smooth run going. I said, almost looked like his rear end was pulling, but definitely did okay. Get a nice, smooth run, Scotty.
$99.556 for Scotty.
Here we go. I believe this is Jay Stewart's coming off the line. Again, having a nice smooth run there. We'll see Jay later this weekend with the big bouncer, his new Fortitude buggy. Can always pause to make sure I'm saying that right. Like pause for, because I want to say Ford play. Oh, man.
Uh-oh.
Got a little high centered again. We saw those ruts kind of really start playing havoc earlier. Go, baby, go.
Well, we know he's up there somewhere.
There he goes. Getting whipped
Working
around.
on the ledge. All right, here he comes.
Oh, yeah, the only downside is now he's coming right down the steep hill, right to his dust. Man, those ledges are just so gnarly in a UTV. There we go.
$119.727. Looks like we've got a handful of drivers left for course 3 of our Super Grip UTV stock class.
All right, Tucker Sisler. Again, this is his first time racing with us this weekend. So far, he's done a pretty good job.
He's had a little tough luck so far.
Yeah.
He got a little turned around on course 1, and then I had a DNF on course 2 as well. So I think he might have had a rollover on course, too.
Yeah.
So come on, Tucker. We really want to see you get across that finish line.
Again, Tucker's having a pretty good weekend. I think he hit those ruts, got hung up a little bit there.
I think he turned the dust machine on.
Yeah. Go, baby, go. Oh, you could see it hit a rock and actually came back. So I'm not sure if he snagged a rock with that bulkhead or what, but
looks like he might be in a little bit of a precarious spot up there.
yeah. Yeah, it looks like he's...
Matt, would you say he's between a rock and a hard place?
Yes, I would, Bree. Yes, I would.
Well, looks like Keith is being summoned for some recovery assistance. While they work on that, we are going to take a commercial break, and we'll be right back to wrap up Course 3 after this.
There's only one tire brand that can call itself legendary. Rebirthed from the depths of Baja and representing decades of racing heritage, Mickey Thompson Tires announces a new American mud terrain legend. This dominating tire is purpose-built for thrill seekers everywhere. The new Baja Legend MTZ. It's time to get what you really want in a tire. Silica reinforced T4 tread compound for enhanced wet performance. Powerply 3-ply construction for sidewall protection and responsive handling. Improved 4-pitch side biters for bold looks and off-road grip. Proven MTZ tread styling for undisputed traction. 35 different sizes, and one is just waiting for your rig. Gear up and roll with the American mud terrain legend, the Baja Legend MTZ.
All right, we're back. It looks like he's getting close to getting unstuck. I know Keith is up there. Keith's up there trying to get him recovered. We've had a couple weird recoveries today, but nothing really crazy carnage, but just a handful of weird runs. Again, like I said, a fuse and lost a set of keys. I get to pick on my sister sometimes when she loses her keys, but I don't think this is kind of the same thing. The same thing.
Definitely a first during a race.
Yeah. All right, sounds like we have 3 drivers remaining.
So that's Tucker Sessler making his way off the course. We're just about to have a course clear. And then I think we'll be sending Kaden Phillips.
It looks like the sun is starting to set here in Kentucky. Again, we're at Wildcat Off-Road Park for our finals. This will be our last race this season. And we have a kind of a fun little battle of the bouncers. All right, Kaden Phillips, and the clock is hot. We got a handful of racers left. And we'll come back tomorrow morning and do it all over again.
The time to beat right now on course 3 is a 75 from Coy Chapel. Then we've got Brandon Davis with a 77 and Robert Traynor with an 83. Those are your top 3 right now on course 3.
I'm not sure if it bumped out of gear or what happened there, but I heard it rev high. That sounded like it was just had popped out of gear, but we've seen, again, a handful of weird things this weekend. He stopped right about where the last UTV made it. And Keith is literally not even backed into a spot from earlier.
Keith didn't even get to park.
He didn't.
He's back on the move again.
Loop her back around.
Looks like Kaden ended up in pretty much the same spot as Tucker.
All right, guys, while we take a quick break, we're going to check out some awesome shots from Power Sports World TV. Check that out, and we'll be back with you guys shortly. right, guys, welcome back. It looks like Keith is getting pulled off the hill. I'm not sure exactly what happened, but I heard they said something about a fan maybe not being turned on, which, again, may cause the engine to overheat, but we'll get her checked out. Again, the good news is they got a whole night to get everything fixed. There is an O'Reilly's fairly close to the park, so you could run down there and get parts, which I have done before.
Matt may or may not know about that.
I have
firsthand.
There's a O'Reilly's. There's also an Advanced Auto Parts, too, so I've went to both of them before.
Mm-hmm.
Get some parts to help the next day go a little smoother. Yeah, we unfortunately sometimes utilize a few parts and put them together to make them work. So, yeah. Today's the next race season will be sponsored by Copart. Yeah, they do a pretty good job. I still see like a sea of side-by-sides down there sitting, so I think some might be waiting to race and some might be just broken.
Hope you guys are enjoying this riveting recovery content right now. But really, we appreciate everybody that helps with recovery at our races, our staff and volunteers, and everyone who helps keep our drivers safe and the show moving on smoothly. We couldn't do it without you.
It's gone semi-smoothly. You know what? Other than a few guys, it has gone really smooth. Other than a handful of side-by-sides where we had, some very interesting breakage.
Yeah, we haven't had anything too catastrophic today.
Yeah, nothing that I think we couldn't get fixed for tomorrow, except for, yeah. Clayton Smith rolled over. I took a little tumble.
Yeah, that was catastrophic carnage right there.
That was.
That was just earlier this spring here for round 2.
Yeah, I rolled it 4 times. It's good times. Put it back on the wheels, hit it again.
Matt, what are your thoughts on the bouncer hills?
Well, I haven't
courses?
looked at them.
Someone needs to do their homework and study up their course map.
I figured tonight we'll go play on them.
Oh, boy. Famous last words.
Yeah. So, I know a lot of drivers come down and pre-run, so we'll check it out. Yeah, we'll, so we'll, usually, I'll tell you what, the last couple of races, we've taken my dad's Honda Talon. We've done a good chunk of the courses in the Honda Talon.
Well, we'll put that thing in the stock class.
We should. But the problem is we use it like a support vehicle. We also use it at home to do stuff with. So I would hate to tear it up, and then we have another rig we're working on, and now we're changing A-arms and ball joints, and and I already have one rig.
It's only money, man.
It's only money. Yeah, it's true. You can't take it with you. That's true. Yeah. Taylor all weekend's been like, Matt, you're loaded. We know it. All right, clock is hot. Here we go. Got Curtis out there on the course. Again, this was our inaugural season champion. Don Curtis out there.
For the VIN class.
Had his Bigfoot truck that he raced, that big Chevy. It was always great to hear his 454 roaring through the woods.
That's right. That means this is Littlefoot.
Yeah, I like that. I like that. What are we going to call his bouncer?
Bigger foot? I don't know.
Bigger foot? The feet. The feet. Okay. I was listening very closely to his RPMs. You can see it right about there. You can hear his RPMs just spike So I think that there must be just a rut, or it's kind of washed out real bad, something, because we've seen 3 or 4 side-by-sides hit right there and just kind of. Come on, get up there. I said, it must just, you have to bring it just a ton of momentum into it. Ooh, there we go. Get and watch him come down the hill.
Come on, Littlefoot.
See what that time's going to be.
$152.587 for Don Curtis. And that means Cody Cayson is going to wrap up course 3 for us, at least until tomorrow when we let Dylan Dowler have his run. But for tonight, Cody Cayson is going to be our last stock driver for course 3. Cody defending his points lead right now. Coming into the weekend, he had a first place finish on course 2. Didn't do so well on course 1. We're going to see how he can do here with course number 3.
Hopefully he can knock this out and make up some points. Again, he has been just a legend all season, so. Again, we'll see if he can keep his momentum going on that uphill section. Hopefully, kind of diverge those ruts and pick up a decent time.
The time to beat right now is still that 75.2 from Coy Chapel.
Again, he was either able to high center the ruts or able just to keep enough momentum to kind of squeak it through.
It's kind of like skee ball, Matt.
It really is. It really is. You're trying to shoot for that 100. There we go. Ooh. 73.456.
That is the fastest time on course 3, but
wow.
We still have Dylan Dowler to make his run tomorrow, don't forget. But for tonight, that does wrap up course 3. Dylan Dowler's got his work cut out for him tomorrow to beat that 73.4 that Cody Cayson just laid down. Whew, that was a lot of racing today, guys. We got a lot more coming tomorrow, too. We are going to be kicking off around 9 o'clock Eastern tomorrow and Saturday. We'll talk just a bit more about that. Let's go ahead and take a look at our top 10 that we've got now. Cody Cayson in the lead, followed by Coy Chapel, then Brandon Davis in 3rd, Robert Traynor 4th, and Justin Hoback 5th.
Scotty Harden in 6th, Bert Savvy in 7th, Jay Stewart's in 8th, Cohen Ellison 9th, and Don Curtis wrapping out that top 10. Again, we do have one more run tomorrow. But we'll see how, from Dylan Dowler, we'll see how that shakes out again. That could shake up that tap 10 a little bit. Dylan's been pretty fast. I think we'll see him. Again, we have a lot of dust, so very crazy day today. And lots of racing action so far.
Yep, more to come.
A lot more to go, too.
So, again, tomorrow we are going to be starting off at 9 Eastern. We're going to have all of our classes running tomorrow. We'll be starting with Stock Teen and Cup UTV, and then we'll have our Bounty Limited Bouncer, Cup Bouncer, and then coming back in the afternoon with Youth Class. And then Saturday is going to be pretty similar. We're going to have a little flexibility to fit everybody in here, but that's the plan for right now anyway. So hope you guys can join us here on Hillside Live. Oh.
Again, kind of shows how dusty behind us it really is. So definitely very dusty, very, very great day of racing. We have a lot of racing going on tomorrow, so definitely want to stay tuned.
Thank you guys for joining us here on Hillside Live. We will see you again tomorrow, 9 a.m. See ya.